The Saga of the Loom. Chapter 1. The Weight of the Wool. Settle in. Let the shoulders drop. Take a long, slow breath in and let it out into the quiet of the room. Imagine a time roughly 1,000 years ago. We are standing on the edge of a fjord in what is now Norway. The exact name of the place matters less than the general feeling of the air, which currently feels like it is actively trying to encourage everyone to stay indoors. It is late autumn. The sun, having decided that providing light and warmth is simply too much effort for this time of year, has already dipped behind the high, craggy hills. The sky has faded into a deep, bruised purple that will soon give way to the profound, unapologetic darkness of a northern night. The air is cold. Not the sharp, biting, aggressively theatrical cold of deep midwinter, but the damp, heavy chill of autumn that politely but firmly sinks into your bones if you stand still for too long. So, let us not stand still. Let us move toward the light. Ahead of us, perched on a slight rise above the dark, quietly lapping water of the fjord, sits a longhouse. It is a massive structure, built of heavy timber and thick turf, its roof curving gently like the overturned hull of a great ship resting on the earth. This design was extremely practical, mostly because when you spend half your life in boats, it is quite comforting to live in a house that looks like one, just in case the ground suddenly decides to flood. Smoke drifts up through the smoke holes in the roof, catching the faint silver light of the rising moon before dissipating into the vast, open sky. As we pull back the heavy leather flap that covers the doorway and step inside, the sensory change is immediate and overwhelming. The air here is thick. It wraps around you like a heavy, slightly damp blanket. It is warm, heated by the long, central hearth fire that runs down the middle of the earthen floor. The fire is not a roaring, chaotic blaze. It is a mature, controlled fire built of thick birch logs that have burned down to a deep, pulsing orange glow. It throws soft, dancing shadows against the curving wooden walls, making the house feel alive and breathing. The smell is the first thing that truly grounds you in this place. It is a complex, earthy perfume that modern real estate agents would probably describe as rustic charm, before politely opening a window. There is the sharp, clean scent of the birch smoke, of course. But beneath that, there is the rich, heavy smell of human bodies, of roasted meat from an earlier meal, of dried herbs hanging from the rafters in tightly bound bundles, and most powerfully of all, the unmistakable, slightly sweet, profoundly musky scent of raw wool and lanolin. History has spent a great deal of time telling us very loud stories about these people, these Norsemen. We imagine them always on the sea, always moving, always shouting against the storm, and generally being terribly enthusiastic about axes. We picture them standing heroically at the prow of a longship, staring into the icy spray. But this is not a hall of warriors preparing for battle. There are no swords being sharpened, no loud boasts echoing against the timbers. If you want to understand the true power of this culture, you have to look past the iron and look at the fluff, because before a ship can ever leave the shore, before it can catch the wind and carry people across the grey expanse of the North Atlantic to politely, or impolitely, visit their neighbours, the wind itself must be caught. And you cannot catch the wind with wood. You catch it with wool. Along the sides of the longhouse, sitting on low wooden benches padded with sheepskins, are the women of the farm. There are perhaps 15 of them, ranging in age from young girls whose feet barely touch the ground, to elders whose faces are mapped with a lifetime of sun, salt wind, and the deep, abiding patience required to deal with sheep. They are gathered in small clusters, their hands moving with a rhythmic, almost hypnotic, fluid grace. They are sorting the wool. It is the time of the autumn shearing. The sheep hardy, semi-wild creatures whose primary survival strategy involves growing so much hair that the cold simply gives up and goes away, have surrendered their fleece. Now, It sits in massive, soft, greasy mountains in wicker baskets between the women. Watch the oldest woman in the nearest group. Her hands are gnarled, the joints swollen with age, but when she reaches into the basket, her touch is as delicate as a moth landing on a leaf. She pulls out a handful of the raw wool. It does not look like the clean, white, fluffy material we might imagine today. It is clumped, matted with dirt and bits of dried grass, and heavy with lanolin, the natural grease that sheep produce to waterproof their coats. She does not simply grab it and pull. She feels it. Her fingertips, sensitive despite years of hard work, are reading the wool. The Norse sheep, being highly efficient creatures, produce two distinct types of hair in a single fleece. The outer layer, called the toga, is long, coarse, and incredibly strong. It is designed to shed rain, snow, and the occasional grumpy remark from a passing seabird. Beneath that lies the thelk, the short, incredibly soft, downy undercoat that provides insulation against the bitter cold. If you want to make a sail, a true, sea-going sail that will not tear in a gale and will hold its shape against the brutal force of the ocean wind. These two types of wool must be carefully, painstakingly separated by hand. Because if you mix them up, the sail will stretch unevenly, the ship will drift off course, and your husband will end up discovering a completely different continent than the one he was aiming for, which is terribly inconvenient for everyone involved. The old woman holds the clump of wool loosely in her left hand. With her right hand, she gently pinches the long, coarse toga hairs and pulls them free, separating them from the soft fell. She drops the coarse hair into one wooden bowl and the soft down into another. Pull, separate, drop. Pull, separate, drop. It is a motion she has performed millions of times in her life. She does not even need to look at her hands. Her eyes are focused on the fire, watching the way a particular log shifts as it burns, or perhaps she is simply contemplating the cosmic joke of spending one's entire life sorting animal hair just so some men can go sit in a cold boat. The rhythm of her hands is a kind of meditation, a physical mantra that roots her in the present moment. Beside her, a younger woman, perhaps her daughter or niece, is doing the exact same thing. And beside her, another. The longhouse is filled with the soft, almost imperceptible sound of wool fibers being gently pulled apart. It sounds like a slow, collective exhalation. In our modern world, we are so accustomed to the ticking of the clock, the pressure of deadlines, the feeling that everything must be done faster, more efficiently, right now. We act as though time is something that can be beaten in a race. But here, time is not measured by hands on a dial. Time is measured by the changing of the seasons, the rising and setting of the sun, and the slow, inevitable accumulation of sorted wool in a wooden bowl. They cannot hurry this process. The ocean does not care if you are in a hurry. The ocean only respects strength, and strength requires an amount of patience that borders on the geological. So they sit, and they sort, and they breathe. The warmth of the fire slowly softens the lanolin in the wool, making it easier to work. The grease coats the women's hands, making their skins soft and protecting it from the drying heat of the hearth. If you were to walk up and touch the old woman's hand, you would find it surprisingly smooth, deeply moisturized by the very animal she relies upon for survival. It is a quiet, intimate relationship between the human, the animal, and the elements, facilitated by large amounts of sheep grease. As they work, they talk. The conversation is not loud. It is a low, rolling murmur that blends seamlessly with the crackle of the fire and the sigh of the wind outside. They speak of simple things. The health of a particular child who had a fever last week but is now sleeping soundly in a box bed against the wall. The strange color of the sky at sunset and what it might mean for tomorrow's weather. A joke is made about a neighbour whose sheep are notoriously stubborn, even by sheep standards, which is saying something. And a soft ripple of laughter moves down the line of women, warm and affectionate. This, too, is part of the work. The social bond, the shared rhythm, the gentle exchange of information and affection. This is what makes the endless hours of repetitive labour not just bearable, but meaningful. They are not isolated workers on an assembly line, dreaming of the weekend. They are a community, weaving the fabric of their society just as surely as they will soon weave the fabric of the sail. In the darker corners of the longhouse, away from the direct heat of the fire, the children who are too young to help are sleeping. They are bundled in thick furs, their small faces glowing in the ambient light. Occasionally, a child will stir, murmur softly in their sleep, and settle back down. A dog, a large, thick-coated farm-hound, is stretched out near the hearth, its head resting on its paws. One ear twitches occasionally at a sound only it can hear, probably dreaming of a world where sheep simply organize themselves into piles of useful yarn, saving everyone a great deal of trouble. Everything in this space feels held. The thick timber walls hold out the wind. The fire holds back the cold. The steady, rhythmic work holds the mind in a state of calm focus. The old woman finishes the clump of wool in her hands. She reaches into the wicker basket for another. Her movements are smooth, unbroken. Pull, separate, drop. Pull, separate, drop. The bowls at her feet are slowly filling up. It will take weeks to sort all the wool from the autumn shearing. Weeks of sitting by the fire, weeks of this same gentle motion. But there is nowhere else they need to be. There is nothing else that is more important. The sail is the lifeblood of their community. Without it, there is no trade, no exploration, no connection to the wider world. The mighty ships that cross the sea are carried not by the strength of the men who row them, but by the infinite patience of the women who sit in the quiet warmth of the longhouse, carefully separating the coarse from the soft. One handful at a time, mostly because the men haven't figured out how to do it without getting bored and wandering off to chop some wood instead. Take another slow breath. Smell the wood smoke. Smell the rich, earthy scent of the lanolin. Feel the radiant warmth of the fire on your face. Listen to the low, soothing murmur of voices and the soft shh, 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 shh. Not with a sword, but with a strand of animal hair that is about to go on a very long, very cold journey. Let the shoulders drop a little further. Let the jaw relax. The work is steady. The longhouse is safe. The night is dark outside, but here, inside, there is only warmth, community, and the slow, beautiful rhythm of human hands shaping the world. As the fire burns down slightly, someone rises to place another log on the embers. A shower of golden sparks dances upward, drifting toward the smoke hole, disappearing into the vast, starry night above. The old woman watches them go, a small, gentle smile on her face before her eyes return to the wool in her lap. The sorting continues. The night deepens. And all is well. If you are listening to this right now to help you fall asleep, that is exactly why I make these long, gentle stories. Settle in, get comfortable, breathe slowly, and let the story carry you wherever it will. Maybe, when you wake up tomorrow, you could leave a comment telling me where in the world you are right now and what time it is. I read every single one and it always fascinates me. There is someone in Tokyo watching the sunrise, someone in London on their lunch break, someone in California drifting off at midnight, all falling gently asleep to the same shared human story. It feels magical every time. Chapter 2. The Infinite Twist. The morning air outside the longhouse is sharp enough to wake you up immediately, yet completely disinterested in doing it gently. It is the kind of crisp, clear autumn morning where every blade of grass is thickly coated in white frost, turning the meadows around the fjord into a vast, glittering expanse of frozen silver. If you were to walk across it, each step would produce a satisfying, crystalline crunch. But we are not walking across it just yet. We are standing near the doorway of the longhouse, wrapped in a thick woolen cloak, breathing in the scent of pine needles and wood smoke that seems permanently woven into the air here. The sheep, currently dotted across the hillside, are busy chewing on what they clearly believe to be highly important patches of frozen grass. They remain blissfully unaware that they have recently donated their winter coats to the advancement of naval engineering. Sheep are, generally speaking, not burdened by grand ambitions. They are interested in grass, avoiding wolves, and occasionally standing in the way of a perfectly good path. Yet humanity, in its endless, affectionate absurdity, had looked at these mild, oily-haired creatures and thought, yes, with enough of that hair, we could conquer the oceans. We just need to twist it a few million times. Humans are perhaps the only species in the universe that looks at a pile of chaotic, greasy fluff and decides that the most logical thing to do is to organize it into a straight line measuring roughly 2,000 miles long. It is a profoundly strange thing to do when you think about it. But then, as a species, we have always been rather fond of organizing chaos, mostly because the universe refuses to do it for us. Step back inside the longhouse. The transition from the biting frost outside to the deep, radiant warmth inside is immediate and immensely comforting. The hearth fire is lower now, settled into a steady, reliable rhythm of glowing coals and low flames, providing just enough light to see by and enough heat to keep the damp cold at bay. The sorting of the wool, that slow, meditative separation of the coarse tock and the soft fell, has been completed for this batch. The wicker baskets are now filled with perfectly organized mounds of fleece. But loose wool, no matter how nicely sorted, is entirely useless for building a ship. If you hold a handful of it up to the wind, it simply blows away. To catch the wind, you must first capture the wool. You must bind it, trap it, and convince it that it is no longer a loose collection of hairs, but a single, continuous, unbreakable entity. You do this through the quiet magic of spinning. Settle yourself on one of the wooden benches. Let the warmth of the fire soak into your back. Breathe slowly, letting the scent of the lanolin and the roasted hazelnuts someone is snacking on wash over you. Across the hall, a young woman is standing. In her left hand, she holds a distaff, a simple wooden stick tucked under her arm, around which a cloud of the sorted wool has been tied. In her right hand, she holds something that looks remarkably like a child's toy. It is a drop spindle. It consists of a straight wooden shaft, perhaps a foot long, with a weight at the bottom. This weight, called a whirl, is carved from smooth, dense soapstone. To an outside observer, perhaps an alien arriving on Earth for the first time, she would appear to be dangling a wooden stick in mid-air and attempting to bore a hole in the dirt floor using only sheer patience. But what she is actually doing is manipulating physics. Gravity, a force that usually insists that things should simply fall down and stay exactly where they are, is being politely, firmly put to work. She pulls a small tuft of the wool from the distaff, just a few fibers, and attaches it to the notch at the top of the wooden shaft. Then, with a sharp, practiced flick of her fingers, she spins the spindle. It drops, hanging in the air by the thread, spinning rapidly like a top. As it spins, the rotational force travels up the thin wisp of wool she has pinched between her thumb and forefinger. The chaotic individual fibers are violently twisted together, locking onto one another, grabbing hold of their neighbors in a microscopic embrace that suddenly transforms weak, easily broken hairs into strong, resilient yarn. whirr. The sound of the soapstone hall spinning in the air is barely a whisper, a low, rhythmic hum that blends perfectly with the crackle of the hearth. As the spindle drops toward the floor, spinning and twisting, she slowly pulls her fingers back, releasing more wool from the distaff, drafting it out, feeding it into the invisible vortex of the twist. It is a dance of perfect tension. If she feeds the wool too fast, the thread will be thick and lumpy. If she feeds it too slowly, the thread will snap, the spindle will clatter to the floor, and gravity will win. But gravity rarely wins against a determined Norsewoman. Her fingers move with a fluid, unconscious grace. Pinch, pull, release, twist. The spindle nears the floor, its momentum slowing. She reaches down, catches it in the palm of her hand, and swiftly wraps the newly made yard of thread around the base of the shaft. Then she flicks it again. Whirr! It is entirely hypnotic to watch. There is a deep, soothing rhythm to it that bypasses the busy, anxious parts of the mind and speaks directly to the older, quieter parts of the brain. The constant, repetitive motion, the soft hum of the stone, the slow but undeniable creation of order out of chaos. And she is not alone. Look around the longhouse. There are a dozen women, young and old, standing or walking slowly through the hall, each with a distaff under her arm, each flicking a drop spindle. Whirr, whirr, whirr. The air is filled with the gentle, thrumming sound of miniature tops spinning in mid-air. It is the sound of a community turning sheep into ships, 1 millimeter at a time. Here is the truly remarkable thing about spinning with a drop spindle. It does not require you to sit still. In fact, it is entirely portable. A woman can tuck her distaff under her arm, grab her spindle, and walk out of the longhouse. She can walk to the neighbor's farm to borrow some salt. She can walk up the hill to check on the children playing in the frost. She can stand by the cooking pot, stirring a stew with one hand while the spindle drops from the other. It was, essentially, the Viking Age equivalent of checking your smartphone while walking. Their hands were always busy. Idleness was not a moral failing. It was simply a waste of perfectly good time. When you realize that it took approximately 40 miles of yarn to weave a single sail for a medium-sized longship, you understand why the spinning never stopped. 40 miles. That is the distance a healthy person might walk in 2 long, exhausting days. And every single inch of that 40 miles had to be drafted from a distaff, pinched between 2 fingers, and twisted by the momentum of a falling piece of stone. When we think of the great explorations of Leif Erikson finding North America, or traders reaching the markets of Constantinople, we picture men gripping the steering oar, staring boldly into the icy spray. We rarely picture the woman walking to the well, her thumb and forefinger calloused and stained with lanolin, flicking a wooden stick over and over again. But without her, Leif Erikson would have simply been a man sitting in a very nice wooden bowl, floating nowhere in particular. Let your breathing match the rhythm of the spinning, the sharp flick of the fingers, the long, slow drop, the catching, winding, and flicking again. A young girl, perhaps 8 years old, sits on a bench near her mother. She has a smaller spindle, made with a whirl of carved bone rather than stone. She is practicing. Her thread is wildly uneven, thick in some places, so thin it breaks in others. Every few minutes the spindle hits the floor with a soft clack. She sighs, a heavy, dramatic sigh that belongs uniquely to 8-year-olds everywhere across time, and picks it up. She pinches the broken thread, rubs a little spit on her fingers, and mashes the ends together, twisting them furiously until they hold. Her mother does not scold her. She just reaches over, adjusts the girl's grip slightly, and nods. There are no schools here. There are no chalkboards or textbooks. You learn by watching, by doing, by failing, and by trying again, surrounded by people who have done it 1,000,000 times before. The girl's thread is terrible today. It will be slightly less terrible tomorrow. By next year, she will be walking around the yard with a distaff under her arm, her hands moving on pure muscle memory, her mind free to wander the clouds while her fingers quietly build the future. The sun climbs higher in the sky outside, but the light inside the longhouse remains a dim, golden glow. Dust motes dance in the shafts of sunlight that pierce the smoke holes in the roof. The air smells of warm bodies, damp wool, and the comforting sharp scent of wood ash. It is entirely possible to view this kind of work as drudgery. The sheer volume of it is staggering to the modern mind. Imagine being told that you cannot go anywhere until you have manually twisted 40 miles of hair into string. Most of us would immediately lie down and surrender to the void. But that is not how they experienced it, because it was not done in isolation. The spinning was a communal heartbeat. As the women walked around the hall or sat by the fire, they talked. The conversation flowed like water, meandering around the rocks of daily life. They discussed the upcoming winter, the amount of dried fish stored in the outbuildings, the complex and slightly scandalous romantic entanglements of a distant cousin. They sang songs, rhythmic, low-tempo working songs that matched the flick and drop of the spindle, keeping everyone in time, moving as one massive, multi-armed organism. This is the secret of surviving the ancient world. You never carried the burden alone. The 40 miles of thread was not one person's mountain to climb, it was a landscape. The whole community walked across together. Watch the older woman near the fire. Her spindle is moving so fast it is a blur of motion. She is spinning the coarse tog hair, the strong, weather-resistant outer coat. This thread must be incredibly tight, twisted until it is hard and smooth like twine. This is the warp, the vertical threads of the loom that will take the brutal tension of the weaving process. It is hard work on the hands. The coarse fibers act like tiny, abrasive files against the skin. But her hands have spent 50 years making this thread. They are tough, capable, and deeply knowing. She stops the spindle, winds the thread, and flicks it again. She looks up, catching the eye of the young girl who just dropped her spindle again. The old woman offers a small, completely toothless smile and gives a slow wink. The girl giggles, picks up her bone spindle, and tries again. Generations, bound together by a single, continuous thread. As the afternoon drifts on, the baskets of sorted wool slowly empty, and the wooden spindles grow thick and heavy with wound yarn. It looks like a miracle, and in a way, it is. They are taking the chaotic growth of nature, applying human intention, and creating an artifact of immense utility. It is quiet, unassuming magic. No spells are chanted, no dramatic lightning strikes the longhouse. Just the soft, unending whirr of soapstone and wood, the rustle of wool, the murmur of voices, and the smell of the hearth. Let us linger here for a while. Let the modern world, with its frantic notifications and its desperate need to be everywhere at once, simply fall away. There is nowhere else to be. The sheep are chewing the frosty grass. The fire is warm. The thread is spinning. Gravity pulls the spindle down. The fingers pull the wool up. Between those two opposing forces, something new is born. A tiny, miraculous bridge of fibre holding the world together, preparing to catch the wind. As the light outside begins to shift, turning from the bright, harsh white of midday to the softer, longer shadows of the approaching afternoon, the women simply wind their spindles, tuck their distaffs under their arms, and keep spinning. And so, the day slowly turns. Chapter 3. The Loom's Heavy Song. Winter has arrived. Not the polite, scenic winter of holiday cards, but the deep, uncompromising, genuinely intimidating winter of the high north. the kind of winter that looks at a thriving ecosystem, crosses its arms and says, "Right, everybody, stop what you are doing until April." Outside the heavy timber walls of the longhouse, the world has been reduced to two colours: the blinding, featureless white of the snow and the profound, absolute black of the sky. The fjord, which only weeks ago was a dark, restless body of water, is now locked beneath a thick plate of ice. The wind howls down from the mountains, carrying snow that doesn't fall so much as it travels horizontally, looking for things to bury. But inside, the air is thick, warm, and entirely ignoring the apocalypse outside. The hearth fire, now fed with large, slow-burning logs of oak and pine, casts a steady, radiant heat that keeps the brutal chill at bay. The scent of the room has shifted slightly. The raw, musky smell of the autumn shearing has faded, replaced by the cleaner, sharper smell of finished yarn, the ever-present wood smoke, and the rich, heavy aroma of a stew that has been bubbling quietly in a cast-iron cauldron for the better part of 3 days. The spinning is finished. The mountains of raw fleece have been entirely transformed through the sheer bloody-minded persistence of human fingers and gravity into thousands of yards of tightly spun yarn. It sits in massive, organized coils in baskets along the walls, waiting for its next ordeal. Because humanity, having gone to the immense trouble of twisting all those hairs into a single, continuous thread, is now about to embark on the equally baffling process of crossing those threads over and under each other millions of times until they turn back into a solid piece of fabric. It is a bit like taking a tree, chopping it into toothpicks, and then gluing them all back together to make a slightly different shaped tree. But as we have established, humans are deeply peculiar creatures who will go to extraordinary lengths to avoid simply walking places. If you look toward the back of the longhouse, away from the immediate light of the fire, you will see a structure leaning heavily against the curved timber wall. In the dim light, it looks a bit like a medieval torture device, or perhaps an unfinished harp designed for a terribly unmusical giant. This is the warp-weighted loom. It consists of 2 massive, upright wooden beams, thick as tree trunks, leaning at an angle against the wall. Across the top, a sturdy horizontal beam connects them. It is a piece of engineering so simple, so brutally effective, that humans all over the globe independently invented variations of it and then used it for thousands of years. It has no moving gears, no pedals, no complex mechanics. It operates entirely on tension, muscle, and the fact that heavy things like to fall down. The women are gathered around it. The atmosphere has shifted from the relaxed, meandering sociability of spinning to a quiet, focused intensity. Setting up the loom, a process known as warping, is not a time for casual gossip. It is a time for advanced, applied mathematics performed entirely in the head while holding on to a great deal of string. If you get the math wrong at this stage, you do not find out immediately. You find out 3 weeks later, when you have woven 10 feet of sail and the left side is inexplicably 6 inches shorter than the right side. At which point your only options are to burn the longhouse down in frustration or start entirely over. So, they pay attention. Watch the 2 women working at the top beam. They are taking the incredibly strong, coarse thread spun from the outer hair of the sheep and tying it to the top beam, letting it hang down toward the dirt floor. Thread after thread after thread. There are thousands of them. They hang down like a dense woolen waterfall. This is the warp. But hanging threads are loose. They sway. They tangle. You cannot weave with loose threads any more than you can build a house out of cooked noodles. You need tension. Enter the loom weights. At the bottom of the longhouse wall sits a pile of objects that look like very large, very heavy, incredibly unappetizing clay donuts. These are the weights. They are made of fired clay or carved soapstone, and they weigh several pounds each. An older woman, kneeling in the dirt, gathers a handful of the hanging warp threads, exactly the right number, counted by touch and years of habit, and ties them securely through the hole in one of the heavy clay donuts. She lets it drop. The threads instantly pull taut, twanging like bass strings if you were to pluck them. She moves to the next handful, ties another weight, and drops it. Thud. The clay hits the packed earth. Thud. Slowly, the entire width of the loom is weighed down. The threads are now under immense tension, held brutally straight by gravity. The loom is ready. It is loaded, tensioned, and waiting. Now, the weaving begins. When we picture someone weaving today, we usually imagine a person sitting comfortably on a bench, pressing foot pedals, while a small wooden shuttle shoots back and forth with a cheerful, mechanized clatter. The warp-weighted loom is nothing like that. The warp-weighted loom requires you to stand. It requires you to walk. It requires you to use your shoulders, your back, and your entirely unjustified optimism that you will finish before you die of old age. Two women take their places at the loom. One on the left, one on the right. They are holding the weft yarn, the softer thread spun from the downy thelk of the sheep. This thread will be passed horizontally through the vertical warp threads, locking them all together. But passing a thread over and under thousands of tightly pulled vertical strings, one by one, would take centuries. So, they use a heddle rod, a wooden bar resting on brackets halfway up the loom. Every second warp thread is tied to this rod with a small string. The woman on the left grabs the heddle rod and pulls it forward. Half the threads come forward with it. A gap opens up between the front threads and the back threads. This gap is called the shed. It is a magical, temporary tunnel through the wall of wool. She takes a small, smooth wooden shuttle wrapped with the soft weft yarn and tosses it through the gap to the woman on the right. The woman on the right catches it. Now comes the crucial part. The thread has been passed, but it is sitting loosely in the gap. It needs to be beaten upward, packed tightly against the top beam to make a solid, wind-proof fabric. The woman on the right picks up a weaving sword. This is not a weapon of war, though it looks exactly like one. It is a long, flat blade made of polished iron, or sometimes the smoothed rib bone of a whale. It is heavy, cold, and immensely satisfying to hold. She slides the flat of the sword into the gap between the threads, raises it above her head, and slams it upward into the newly passed weft thread. 2. Whack. The sound echoes through the longhouse like a gunshot. It is a dense, heavy, percussive sound. It is the sound of absolute finality. That thread is not moving again until the end of time. She pulls the heddle rod back, reversing the threads. A new gap opens. She tosses the shuttle back to the woman on the left. The woman on the left catches it, raises her own weaving sword, and brings it up. First, thirst, 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 twack. This is the rhythm. Pull, toss, catch, thirst, twack. Pull, toss, catch, thirst. It is incredibly physical work. Because the loom is vertical, they're constantly reaching up, swinging a heavy piece of bone or iron above their heads, driving it upward against the resistance of tightly tensioned yarn. Imagine doing a shoulder press using a whalebone while doing mental arithmetic for 10 hours a day. The women of the Viking Age did not need gym memberships. They had a blanket that needed making. The air around the loom is filled with microscopic wool fibers shaken loose by the constant, violent impacts. The dust motes dance in the firelight, creating a hazy golden aura around the weavers. Listen to the sound. Thwack. A pause. A pause. The soft rustle of wool passing through wool. Thwack. It sounds like a giant mechanical heartbeat. It sets the pace for everything else in the longhouse. The children playing by the fire naturally begin to move in time with it. The old man, carving a wooden spoon in the corner, times his knife strokes to the beat. It is the metronome of the winter. They will weave an inch an hour. If things go perfectly, if no threads snap, if the tension remains even, they might manage 2 inches. The sail they are making must be roughly 30 feet long and nearly as wide. You can do the math. Or, actually, don't do the math, because thinking about it too hard causes a profound existential despair. But they do not despair, because, again, they are not in a hurry. The winter is long, the ice will not melt for months. Where else are they going to go? What else are they going to do? They settle into the rhythm. The rhythmic thwack becomes white noise, a comforting assurance that progress, no matter how slow, is being made. As they walk back and forth before the loom, their bodies swaying with the effort, they sing. The weaving songs of the Norse women were famous. They were rhythmic, driving chants, designed to keep the workers in time and give them the energy to lift the heavy swords for the 10,000th time. They sang of old heroes, of the gods, of tricks played by ravens, of ships lost in the deep grey sea. Some sagas even described the Norns, the fates themselves, as weavers, sitting at a gruesome cosmic loom made of spears and weighted with men's skulls, weaving the destinies of kings. When you stand in a dark, smoky room and watch these women rhythmically beating a massive sheet of grey fabric, the heavy clay weights thudding softly as the tension shifts, it is very easy to see how those myths were born. They do not look like simple farm wives. They look like they are weaving the sky itself. Hours pass. The fire is built up, dies down, and is built up again. The smell of the stew grows richer, the meat finally falling apart off the bone, the root vegetables softening into a thick, comforting broth. The fabric slowly, miraculously, begins to grow downward from the top beam. It is a masterpiece of prehistoric engineering. It is incredibly dense, heavy, and stiff. It feels less like clothing and more like a very flexible piece of armor. The coarse outer hairs of the tog give it incredible strength, while the soft thethel packs tightly into the gaps, making it dense. But it is still just wool. If you were to take this beautiful, painstakingly crafted fabric out into a North Atlantic gale right now, the wind would simply whistle straight through it, and the ship would remain exactly where it was, bobbing awkwardly in the swell. It needs one more transformation before it can become a sail. A transformation that involves making it profoundly, unforgettably dirty. But that is a problem for another day. For now, the winter night deepens. The women stop, their shoulders aching, their hands calloused and raw. They set down the shuttles. They rest the heavy weaving swords against the wall. The rhythmic thwack finally ceases, and the sudden silence in the longhouse is almost deafening. They gather around the fire. Someone hands out wooden bowls filled with the rich, hot stew. They eat quietly, staring into the flames, exhaustion settling pleasantly into their bones. They have built an inch of the future today. It doesn't sound like much, but when you build it an inch at a time, eventually you can reach anywhere in the world. Let the shoulders drop. Breathe in the smell of the wood smoke and the hot broth. The winter wind screams outside, battering uselessly against the thick turf roof. But inside there is warmth, food, and the quiet satisfaction of a job halfway done. The loom stands silently in the shadows, waiting for tomorrow. And all is well. Chapter 4. The Alchemist's Grease. The long, agonizingly slow process of weaving is finally over. The loom stands empty against the wall of the longhouse, looking slightly less like an instrument of torture and slightly more like an ordinary piece of wood that happens to have a few thousand grooves worn into it. On the dirt floor of the longhouse, unrolled to a length that forces everyone to walk awkwardly around it, lies the result of 3 months of relentless, bone-aching, shoulder-destroying labor. It is a massive sheet of tightly woven wool. It is a masterpiece of early engineering, a testament to human patience, and frankly, a very beautiful piece of fabric. The natural grey, brown, and off-white colours of the sheep have been blended into a subtle, textured pattern. It looks like it belongs on the bed of a very wealthy, slightly ostentatious king. So, naturally, the very first thing the Norse are going to do is cover it entirely in dirt, tar, and animal fat. If you were to explain this process to a modern textile conservator, they would probably weep. But the women in the longhouse are not making a tapestry to hang in a drafty castle. They are making a machine designed to harness the raw power of the wind. And right now, that beautiful, clean piece of wool has a critical design flaw. It is porous. Hold a piece of standard woven wool up to the wind, and the wind will simply laugh, blow straight through it, and make you cold. If you attach a porous piece of wool to the mast of a 90-foot longship and row it out into the open ocean, the sail will catch about as much wind as a very large fishing net. Furthermore, when it rains, and it always rains in the North Atlantic, the wool will absorb water like a sponge. A wet woolen sail measuring 30 feet across would suddenly weigh several tons. It would snap the mast like a dry twig and capsize the ship immediately. To fix this, the fabric must be transformed. It must cease to be wool and become something closer to leather. It requires alchemy. It requires grease. Settle in. Breathe slowly. Let your imagination drift away from the cozy, relatively clean smell of wood smoke and roasted meat that we have enjoyed so far. Prepare your nose for something considerably more aggressive. At the far end of the longhouse, an older woman, perhaps the same one who oversaw the spinning, is standing over a large iron cauldron suspended above a very hot, specialized fire. The liquid inside the cauldron is thick, bubbling sullenly, and producing a smell that can only be described as a physical assault. It is a carefully calculated mixture. The primary ingredient is fat. In this particular longhouse, located near the coast, it is likely walrus fat or seal blubber, though sheep tallow or horse fat works just as well. Added to this is a generous amount of fir tar, a thick, sticky, pitch-black substance extracted from pine roots by slowly roasting them in a covered earth pit for days. Finally, to give the mixture body and to fill the microscopic gaps in the weave, they add ochre, a naturally occurring clay pigment that is deep, rusty red. When you heat these 3 things together, blubber, tar, and red dirt, the resulting odor is magnificent in its awfulness. It smells like a wet dog that has rolled in a campfire and then unfortunately passed away inside a fish market. It is dense. It coats the back of your throat. It is the kind of smell that gets into your hair and stays there until the following Tuesday. And empires were built on it. This concoction, this unholy gravy, is called smurning. The woman at the cauldron stirs it with a long wooden paddle, her face impassive. She has smelled this every spring for 60 years. Her olfactory nerves surrendered decades ago. She dips a large wooden bowl into the cauldron, scoops out a generous portion of the boiling red-black sludge, and carries it over to the beautiful clean woolen sail lying on the floor. Without a moment's hesitation, she dumps it right in the middle. The hot fat hits the cold wool with a sickening wet splat. Immediately, the younger women drop to their knees around the edge of the puddle. They do not have delicate brushes. They do not have rollers. They have their hands, and they have smooth, flat river stones. They begin to rub. It is incredibly demanding physical labor. The fat is hot enough to be uncomfortable, but if they wait for it to cool, it will congeal on the surface and fail to penetrate the fibers. They must grind the tar, the dirt, and the blubber deep into the heart of the weave, forcing it between the tightly packed threads of the stog and the stell. They push the river stones back and forth with all their upper body weight, grunting with the effort. Scrape, push, smear, dot, och. The beautiful, subtle grey of the wool disappears beneath a thick, sticky layer of dark red-brown grime. It is, from an outside perspective, deeply tragic. It is like watching someone spend 3 months meticulously carving a beautiful wooden statue, only to decide it would look better coated entirely in peanut butter. But they know exactly what they are doing. As the fat penetrates the wool, the lanolin naturally present in the fibers mixes with the tar and the blubber. The ochre fills the tiny gaps where the warp and weft cross. The hot liquid soaks through to the very center of the threads. Watch the fabric change. Where it was once soft and pliable, it is becoming stiff. Where it was matte, it is developing a dull, waxy sheen. It is ceasing to be cloth. It is becoming armor. They work their way across the entire massive sheet, yard by yard. Pour the sludge, drop to the knees, grind it in with the stones. Scrape, push, smear. The smell in the longhouse is now so thick you could carve it. The heat from the cauldron fire is intense. The women are sweating, their faces smeared with accidental streaks of red ochre and black tar, making them look like incredibly exhausted, highly focused demons working in a particularly pungent corner of the underworld. This process, terrible as it smells and difficult as it is the secret technology of the Viking Age. A longship is a beautiful piece of woodwork, yes, but the woodwork is useless without the engine. The smurning makes the sail completely airtight. When the wind hits this treated fabric, it will not blow through, it will be trapped, forced to push the heavy mass of the wool and by extension the mast, the ship, and the 70 men sitting inside it. Furthermore, the mixture makes the sail entirely waterproof. When the inevitable North Atlantic storms arrive, turning the sky black and the ocean into a chaotic mountain range of freezing water, the rain and the sea spray will simply bead up and roll off the fat-soaked wool. The sail will remain light. It will not snap the mast. It will bring them home. So they rub, they scrape, they smear. The conversation today is sparse. The work is too heavy for the light, meandering chatter of the spinning days. Occasionally someone asks for more fat, or someone pauses to wipe the sweat and tar from their eyes with the back of a greasy forearm. Humans are fascinating creatures because we are capable of holding 2 contradictory ideas in our heads at once. These women know that what they are doing is making something incredibly strong and vital for their survival. They also know that it is disgusting, tedious, and ruining a perfectly good blanket. They accept this contradiction with the quiet stoicism that defines the northern character. You do what must be done, and if what must be done involves spending a Tuesday aggressively massaging hot walrus fat into dirt, well, that is just how Tuesdays are sometimes. By late afternoon, the cauldron is empty. The entire length of the massive sail has been treated. It lies on the floor, stiff, dark red, and gleaming slightly in the firelight. It looks bruised, battered, and completely indestructible. The women stand up slowly, groaning as their lower backs protest the hours of kneeling and grinding. Their hands are stained completely black, their clothes are ruined, they smell like a biological disaster. But they look down at the floor, and there is a quiet, profound sense of accomplishment in the air. It is no longer just wool, it is a sail. It is finished. The older woman, the one who oversaw the cauldron, walks over to the edge of the fabric. She bends down, grips the stiff, heavy hem in her blackened hands, and gives it a sharp tug. It does not stretch. It does not give. It feels like pulling on a sheet of thin, flexible wood. She nods once. A single, sharp gesture of approval. The worst is over. The endless sorting, the infinite spinning, the heavy rhythm of the loom, and finally the awful, pungent alchemy of the grease. All the slow, quiet magic of the winter has been poured into this one massive object lying on the dirt floor. Outside, the wind howls around the longhouse, completely unaware that inside this dark, smelly room, human hands have just built a trap designed specifically to catch it and put it to work. The women move toward the door, seeking the cold, fresh air to clear their lungs, and begin the arduous process of scrubbing the tar from their skin using sand and cold water. The sail remains behind, resting in the shadows, slowly cooling, the fat hardening, the fibers locking together in a permanent, unbreakable grip. It waits for the spring. It waits for the ice to break. It waits for the sky. Let the image settle. Let the smell of the tar fade from your mind, replaced by the clean, sharp cold of the approaching night. The work is done. You can rest now. Chapter 5. Catching the Sky. The slow turning of the earth has finally brought the sun back to the north. It does not happen all at once. Spring in the fjords is not a sudden, cheerful explosion of flowers and birdsong. It is a grudging, messy, painfully slow retreat by the winter. But the light changes. The sun climbs a little higher each day, staying a little longer, casting a different quality of light across the mountains. No longer the flat, blinding glare of midwinter, but a softer, warmer, golden hue that actually carries a hint of real heat. The ice on the fjord has begun to break up, cracking with sounds like distant cannon fire, shattering into massive, jagged floes that drift lazily out toward the open sea. The air smells of wet earth, melting snow, and the sharp, salty promise of the ocean. Inside the longhouse, the atmosphere is utterly transformed. The heavy, claustrophobic hibernation of winter is gone. The doors are thrown open, letting the cold, clean spring air rush in to finally banish the lingering ghosts of wood smoke, old stew, and walrus fat. The sail is ready to move. It has been lying rolled up against the far wall for weeks, curing in the cool darkness. It is no longer the soft, pliable pile of fluff that was sheared from the sheep 6 months ago. It is a massive, incredibly dense, stiff cylinder of fat-soaked wool. It looks like a very large, deeply unappetizing sausage. And it is heavy. A standard sail for a 30-foot longship treated with tar and fat could weigh upwards of 500 pounds. It is not something you casually toss over your shoulder. Moving it requires the same quiet, coordinated community effort that was required to make it. Settle back. Breathe in the crisp spring air. Listen to the sound of boots on the packed earth floor. The men of the farm, who have spent the winter repairing nets, carving oars, and generally staying out of the way of the loom, have been called in. But the women are there too. This is their work. They will see it to the end. A dozen people line up along the length of the rolled sail. Hands, some large and calloused from the axe, some stained permanently black from the tar grip, the thick, stiff edge of the roll. There is no shouting. A quiet nod from the older woman who directed the smurning. With a collective grunt, they heave. The massive roll lifts from the floor. Muscles strain. The fabric makes a deep creaking sound like old leather bending. It is dead weight, awkward and stiff. They walk slowly, moving in unison, out through the wide double doors of the longhouse. The transition from the dim, amber light of the interior to the brilliant, glaring white-blue light of the spring morning is shocking. Everyone squints, their breath pluming in the cold air. The ground is a treacherous mix of mud and remaining ice, but they step carefully, carrying the great weight down the gentle slope toward the water's edge. There, resting in the shallows, tied to a wooden pier, is the ship. It is a beautiful thing. built of overlapping oak planks held together with iron rivets, sweeping up gracefully at the prow and stern. It looks less like something built and more like something grown, a wooden sea dragon waiting to be woken up. But as we know, a dragon without wings cannot fly. The group carries the sail down the wooden pier, their boots thumping heavily on the planks. The water slaps gently against the hull of the ship. They lay the massive roll down on the deck, resting it carefully across the thwarts. Now comes the rigging. The mast, a thick, straight pine trunk, has already been raised and secured. Lying across the deck is the yardarm, a long, heavy wooden pole that will hold the top edge of the sail. The women step back, standing on the pier, wrapping their woolen cloaks tight against the damp breeze. Their part of the physical labor is done. Now they watch. The men fall to work. They unroll the sail slightly, exposing the top edge where a thick rope of braided walrus hide has been sewn into the hem. Using smaller cords of leather and bast, they begin lashing the top edge of the stiff, heavy sail to the yardarm. It is clumsy work. The treated wool fights them, refusing to bend easily. But eventually, it is secured. Heavy ropes, the halyards, are attached to the yardarm and run up through a block at the top of the mast. Several men grab the ropes. They plant their feet on the wooden deck, bracing themselves against the gentle rock of the ship. Heave! They pull. The ropes groan. The block at the top of the mast squeaks in protest. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the heavy yardarm begins to rise from the deck, dragging the massive sheet of dark red-brown wool up with it. Watch it rise. From the pier, it looks like a curtain being lifted on a stage. As it goes up, the sail unrolls, fighting gravity every inch of the way. It looks incredibly heavy, stiff, and lifeless. Higher, higher, until the yardarm clicks into place near the top of the mast. The sail hangs there. It is a square, measuring roughly 30 feet by 30 feet. It is dark, the color of dried blood and dark earth. It is completely unmoving. The men tie off the ropes, securing the bottom corners of the sail to the sides of the ship. And then everyone simply stands and waits. Because you can build the strongest ship, you can spin the tightest yarn, you can weave the densest fabric, and you can rub all the hot walrus fat in the world into it. But none of it matters if the sky does not cooperate. The fjord is quiet. The water is glassy, reflecting the grey-white clouds above. The women on the pier watch the dark square of fabric. The older woman, the one whose hands are still faintly stained with tar, crosses her arms and stares at it with an expression of intense, critical appraisal. She is looking at the weave. She is looking at the seams. She knows exactly how many millions of times that thread was twisted, how many thousands of times the heavy sword was slammed upward. She knows exactly what this thing is made of. Now, she waits to see if the universe agrees with her math. A ripple appears on the water near the mouth of the fjord. It is small at first, just a slight disturbance of the glassy surface, turning the reflection of the sky into 1,000 shattered pieces. The ripple moves inward, travelling fast over the water. It is the wind funneling down from the open sea, funneled by the high cliffs of the fjord. You can hear it before you feel it. A low, rushing sigh that grows quickly into a roar. It hits the ship. For a fraction of a second, nothing happens. The heavy, stiff wool resists. And then, with a sound like a massive, leathery lung suddenly drawing a deep breath, the sail fills. Whump! The sound echoes off the cliffs. It is a magnificent, powerful noise. The dark, flat square of fabric suddenly balloons outward, curving into a perfect taut belly. The ship immediately groans. the wooden planks protesting as the immense force of the wind, trapped entirely by millions of twisted sheep hairs, transfers directly to the mast, and from the mast to the hull. The ship surges forward against its mooring ropes, eager to go, straining like a hound on a leash. The women on the pier do not cheer. There is no wild celebration. There is only a slow, collective exhalation of breath. The older woman nods. Just once. It holds. The wind is howling now, pushing hard against the sail. But this morning does its job perfectly. No air escapes. The tightly packed threads of the togog and the thell do not tear. The seams do not split. The fabric is absolutely solid, capturing the invisible, chaotic energy of the sky and turning it into raw, directional power. This is the climax of the saga. It is not a battle. It is not a raid. It is this single, quiet moment on a wooden pier in the spring, watching a very dirty, very heavy blanket successfully catch the sky. When you look at that dark, swelling sail, you are not just looking at a piece of nautical equipment. You are looking at the combined time, patience, and sheer, bloody-minded endurance of an entire community. You are looking at women walking miles in circles with drop spindles. You are looking at shoulders aching under the weight of a whalebone sword. You are looking at hands burned by hot fat. Every inch of that sail was built by human intention, and because of that, the ship will sail. It will cross the grey, violent expanse of the ocean. It will find new lands, trade for foreign silver, and bring stories back to the longhouse fire. The men on the ship busy themselves with the ropes, preparing to cast off for a trial run down the fjord. But the women on the pier begin to turn back. The wind is cold, and the work is done. They walk slowly up the muddy path toward the longhouse. The massive wooden doors stand open, the fire inside reduced to glowing embers, waiting for them. There will be a new shearing in the autumn. There will be new fleeces to sort, new miles of thread to spin. The cycle will begin again as inevitably as the turning of the earth. But for today, the saga is complete. Let the shoulders drop. Breathe in the salty air one last time. Listen to the creak of the ship and the powerful whump of the wind in the dark wool. They did not conquer the ocean with iron. They conquered it with patience, sheep grease, and an infinite amount of string. The women enter the longhouse, the heavy leather flap falls back into place, and the day slowly, peacefully turns toward dusk. All is well. The Saga of the Sunstone. Chapter 1. The Wooden Bowl. Settle in. Let the shoulders drop. Take a long, slow breath in and let it out into the quiet of the room. If you are listening to this right now to help you fall asleep, that is exactly why I make these long, gentle stories. Settle in, get comfortable, breathe slowly, and let the story carry you wherever it will. Maybe when you wake up tomorrow, you could leave a comment telling me where in the world you are right now and what time it is. I read every single one, and it always fascinates me. There is someone in Tokyo watching the sunrise, someone in London on their lunch break, someone in California drifting off at midnight, all falling gently asleep to the same shared human story. It feels magical every time. Imagine, if you will, the North Atlantic Ocean. It is not a polite body of water. It is not the sparkling turquoise Mediterranean gently lapping against sun-drenched beaches. The North Atlantic is vast, deep, incredibly cold, and entirely indifferent to whether you happen to be floating on top of it or sinking rapidly to the bottom of it. For most of human history, it was regarded as an absolute boundary, a massive, terrifying wall of grey water that signalled the end of the useful world. But humans, as a rule, have never been particularly good at accepting boundaries. Tell a human being that an ocean is endless, freezing, and full of monsters. and somebody, eventually, will look at a tree, look at the water, and say, "I wonder what happens if I put the tree in the water and sit on it." This is how we find ourselves roughly 1,000 years ago, hundreds of miles from the nearest solid land, bobbing up and down in what is essentially a beautifully carved, highly flexible wooden bowl. We are aboard a Norse longship. The first thing you notice is not the heroic thrill of exploration. It is the colour grey. The sky is a flat, unbroken sheet of iron grey. The ocean swells rolling beneath the hull are a deep slate grey, crested with foaming whitecaps. The weathered oak of the ship's deck has been bleached pale grey by the salt and the sun. The only splash of colour is the massive square sail billowing overhead. A dark, earthy red, stiff with the walrus fat and pine tar that was pounded into it by the women back in the longhouse. Listen to the sound of the ship. It is not a silent vessel. A longship does not plough rigidly through the water like a modern steel freighter. It rides the ocean. The hull is clinker-built, meaning the oak planks overlap each other, held together by iron rivets, but left deliberately loose enough to bend. As the ship rises up the face of a massive rolling swell, the entire hull flexes. It groans. It creaks. It sounds like a living, breathing wooden animal stretching its joints. Creak, groan, splash. The prow crests the wave, hovering for a breathless second over the trough below, and then sliding smoothly down the other side with a heavy rush of displaced water. It is a deeply rhythmic motion. Up, pause, down, rush. Up, pause, down, rush. If you fight this motion, if you brace your legs and tense your shoulders against the unpredictable shifts of the deck, you will be exhausted within an hour and violently seasick within 2. The crew, about 30 men and a handful of women, know this perfectly well. They are not fighting the ocean. They are sitting on heavy sea chests or lying on the deck wrapped in thick, greasy woolen cloaks, simply letting the sea move them. They look less like intrepid conquerors and more like a group of people deeply committed to taking a nap in a very draughty room. The air is violently cold. It is a wet, biting cold that tastes heavily of salt and smells of iodine and crushed kelp. Every so often, the wind whips a spray of freezing seawater over the gunwales, misting across the deck and leaving tiny crystals of white salt in the men's beards and the women's hair. No one complains. Complaining about the cold in the North Atlantic is like complaining that the sky is up. It is simply a fundamental property of the universe they have chosen to occupy. At the very back of the ship, at the stern, stands an older man. He has one hand resting lightly, almost affectionately, on the steering oar. The steeries, or steerboard, which gives us the modern word starboard. He is not shouting orders. He is not staring heroically into the middle distance with his chest puffed out. He is simply standing there, swaying perfectly in time with the creaking of the hull, his eyes half closed, looking incredibly relaxed for a man who is currently responsible for making sure 30 people do not accidentally sail off the edge of the known world. This is the navigator. We are so used to the idea of navigation as a mathematical science. If we want to cross an ocean today, we look at a glowing screen that talks to a satellite orbiting the Earth, which pinpoints our location to within a few feet. Even a few centuries ago, navigators had compasses, astrolabes, and detailed charts drawn on heavy parchment. The man standing at the steerboard has none of these things. He does not have a magnetic compass. The compass will not be seen in Europe for another 200 years. He does not have a map. The concept of a map, drawn to scale on a flat surface, would strike him as a slightly confusing piece of abstract art. He is guiding a wooden ship across thousands of miles of open, featureless ocean, aiming for a tiny island hidden in the fog, using nothing but his five senses, a deeply inherited memory, and a profound, almost meditative attention to the natural world. To the modern mind, this borders on witchcraft. It seems impossible that you could leave Norway, sail for 2 weeks without seeing land, and arrive perfectly on the shores of Iceland or the Faroe Islands without a single instrument. But the navigator does not see the ocean as an empty, featureless void. Where we see a terrifying expanse of identical grey waves, he sees a bustling, highly detailed landscape. He is reading the ocean the way you or I might read a city street. Breathe in the salt air again. Let your mind slow down to match the rhythm of the waves. Up, pause, down, rush. The navigator looks down at the water sliding past the hull. He is looking at the colour. Water is not just blue or grey. Far out in the deep ocean, where the bottom drops away into the abyss, the water is a profound, almost blackish blue, absorbing all light. But as the ship approaches an underwater shelf or a hidden landmass, the colour begins to shift. It turns a lighter, milkier green as sediment and microscopic life are stirred up from the shallows. He can literally see the depth of the ocean without ever dropping a sounding line. He closes his eyes and feels the wind on his face. The wind has a taste, and it has a temperature. A wind blowing off the open sea is damp and uniform in its chill. But a wind blowing off a distant, unseen glacier like the massive ice caps of Iceland carries a very specific, sharp, crystalline bite. A wind blowing over a landmass in the summer might carry the incredibly faint, dusty scent of heated earth or blooming heather hundreds of miles before the land itself ever breaches the horizon. He is smelling the islands before he can see them. He shifts his weight slightly on the deck, letting his knees absorb the shock of a particularly steep wave. He is not just balancing, he is listening with his feet. The ocean produces different types of waves. There are the wind waves, the choppy, chaotic splashes generated by whatever breeze is currently blowing. But beneath those, moving through the water like deep, slow-beating pulses, are the ocean swells. These swells are generated by massive storms hundreds or thousands of miles away. They travel in straight, predictable lines. The navigator knows the dominant swells of the season. He knows that the heavy, rolling swell coming from the southwest is the heartbeat of the Atlantic. By feeling how the ship interacts with that primary swell, whether it hits the hull on the left or the right, whether it strikes the prow at an angle, he knows exactly what direction the ship is pointing, even when the sky is completely overcast and there are no stars or sun to guide him. It is an intimacy with nature that we have almost entirely lost. He is not fighting the elements to impose a straight line on a map. He is listening to the water, the wind, and the wood, engaging in a silent, continuous conversation with the world around him. The sail above him snaps, a sharp crack of tarred wool as a gust of wind catches the edge. He subtly shifts the steering oar, pushing it against the pressure of the water, bringing the ship back into balance. If you were to walk up to him and ask him how he does it, he probably wouldn't have a grand philosophical answer. He might simply shrug, point at the water, and tell you that this is just what the water does. It is not magic to him. It is just paying attention. We live in a world where we pay attention to so many things: screens, schedules, alerts, the endless buzzing of modern anxiety. We spread our attention so thin that it often feels like we're not really noticing anything at all. But here, in the grey, freezing expanse of the North Atlantic, attention is a matter of life and death. The navigator has gathered up all of his focus, all of his mental energy, and poured it directly into the physical world. He is entirely present. He is noticing the exact shape of a splash. He is analyzing the temperature of a breeze. He is feeling the microscopic vibrations of an oak plank through the thick soles of his leather boots. The ship sails on. The daylight, such as it is, remains a dull, unchanging grey. There is no sense of rushing. The ship is moving at perhaps 6 or 7 knots, a brisk walking pace. The ocean is endless. They will be out here for days, perhaps weeks, suspended between the grey sky and the grey water, held safe inside the flexible wooden walls of the ship. Let the rhythmic creaking of the hull soothe you. Let the image of the vast, open water wash away the small, tight confines of the day. There are no walls here, there are no deadlines. There is only the wind, the heavy red sail, and the old man at the back of the ship, quietly listening to the sea. As the hours drift by, someone near the middle of the ship begins to hum a low, slow melody, a sound that harmonizes perfectly with the groaning of the wood. The song drifts back toward the navigator. He smiles, just a fraction, a tightening of the wrinkles around his eyes. He looks up at the flat grey sky. He cannot see the sun. He has not seen the sun for 3 days, and yet he knows exactly where they are. We will see how he finds the hidden light tomorrow. But for now, the ship rides the swell. Up, pause, down, rush. The ocean breathes. And all is well. Chapter 2. Reading the Water. The North Atlantic does not have a morning, at least not in the cheerful, sun-dappled sense of the word. Morning out here simply means that the profound, suffocating blackness of the night gradually dilutes into a lighter, more transparent shade of grey. The transition is subtle, like a very slow, very cold exhalation. Aboard the longship, the waking of the crew is equally slow. There are no beds to rise from. People simply sit up from where they were lying on the deck, shivering under their damp, fat-soaked woolen cloaks, groaning quietly as their stiff joints protest another day of trying to remain upright on a floor that constantly tilts by 30 degrees. The hearth fire of the longhouse is a distant, almost painful memory. Here, there is no fire. You cannot light a fire on an open wooden deck soaked in sea spray and pine tar unless you wish your journey to end very quickly and very brightly. Meals consist of dried fish, which has the texture and roughly the flavour of heavily salted bark, hard flatbread, and perhaps a sip of sour ale or water from a leather skin. It is not glamorous, it is endurance. And yet, despite the cold and the damp, there is a profound meditative peace on the ship. When you are surrounded by nothing but the ocean, the endless, frantic busyness of human society evaporates. You cannot check your crops. You cannot repair your roof. You cannot argue with your neighbour about a fence line. The universe has been reduced to 70 feet of oak, 30 people, and a great deal of salt water. You are forced into a state of deep, unavoidable presentness. At the steerboard, the old navigator from yesterday is finally taking a break. A younger man, perhaps in his 30s, has taken the heavy wooden oar. The transition of power was seamless, accompanied only by a nod and a gesture toward the angle of the waves. The older man now sits on a wooden chest near the stern, chewing slowly on a piece of dried cod, watching the horizon. We mentioned earlier that the navigator reads the ocean like a landscape, but reading the colour of the water and feeling the temperature of the wind is only the beginning. To truly understand where you are in the middle of nowhere, you must learn to read the invisible geometry of the waves. The ocean is entirely made of echoes. Imagine dropping a stone into a still pond. A neat, perfect circle of ripples moves outward. Now imagine that pond is the size of the Atlantic Ocean, and instead of a stone, a massive, violent storm raged for 3 days off the coast of Greenland. That storm sent out a massive circle of ripples, deep, rolling ocean swells. These swells travel for thousands of miles, long after the storm itself has died out. The old navigator, chewing his fish, watches the water. The The ship is currently riding one of these primary swells. It rolls under the hull with a steady, predictable rhythm. Up and down, up and down. But suddenly, the ship gives a strange, slightly awkward lurch. It rolls not just forward and back, but sideways, a subtle corkscrew motion that makes a few of the sleeping crew members slide an inch across the deck. To an untrained passenger, it was just a random, unpleasant bump. To the navigator, it is a street sign. He knows that waves, like light, reflect off solid objects. When a deep ocean swell hits a distant landmass, say the sheer rocky cliffs of the Faroe Islands, it does not just stop, it bounces backward. It creates a new, smaller set of waves moving in the opposite direction. When this reflected wave intersects with the primary swell, it creates a cross pattern, a subtle, diamond-shaped grid on the surface of the water. The navigator felt that corkscrew lurch. He watched the way the foam broke on the crest of the wave. He knows that they have just crossed an echo. The Faroe Islands are out there, invisible beyond the grey horizon, perhaps 50 miles away, but they are announcing their presence through the geometry of the water. By feeling the angle of the cross swell, he knows exactly which direction the islands lie. It is an astonishing feat of mental processing. He is sitting on a moving object, feeling the interaction of two invisible wave patterns and mentally triangulating the position of a rock he cannot see. And he is doing it all while eating terrible fish. But the water is not the only thing speaking to him. The sky, despite being a uniform, depressing grey, is filled with life, and life always knows where it is going. A shadow darts across the deck, moving fast. It is a bird. Specifically, it is a puffin, its colourful, ridiculous beak muted by the dim light, its small wings beating furiously as it skims low over the wave crests. A modern person might look at the puffin and think, "Oh, how cute!" A bird. The navigator looks at the puffin and thinks, "Ah, land is that way." Puffins, unlike albatrosses or shearwaters, are not creatures of the deep, open ocean. They are coastal birds. They do not fly hundreds of miles out to sea just for the fun of it. Their wings are short, built for diving underwater, not for long-distance gliding. If you see a puffin flying with a beak full of small silver fish, you know with absolute biological certainty that there is land within a day's sail. And you know that the puffin is currently heading in a straight line toward it to feed its chicks. The puffin is a compass with feathers. A few hours later, the wind shifts, bringing with it a sudden, overwhelmingly foul odour. It smells like a mixture of rotten cabbage, old greth, and digesting krill. It is a terrible smell, but the navigator's face breaks into a wide grin. He stands up and walks to the side of the ship, peering into the grey water. A massive, dark shape glides silently beneath the surface, dwarfing the longship. It is a whale. A humpback or a fin whale, moving with slow, majestic power, completely unbothered by the cold or the wind. It surfaces 100 yards away, the blowhole exhaling a massive geyser of mist with a sound like a localized hurricane. P-F-F-F-F-F-F. The Norse did not just hunt whales, they respected them as the ultimate masters of the ocean. They knew that whales migrated along ancient, invisible highways beneath the sea. They followed the cold currents rich in plankton and krill, and those currents often wrapped around the very islands the Norse were trying to find. By knowing the migration paths of the whales, the navigator could confirm his own path. If the whales are heading northwest in the spring and you want to go to Iceland, you follow the whales. The ocean, which seemed so empty, so vast and terrifying, is actually crowded. It is filled with signs. The bouncing waves, the determined puffins, the migrating whales, the colour of the water, the taste of the ice in the wind. The navigator does not need a map because he is sailing through a living, breathing ecosystem that constantly tells him exactly where he is, provided he has the humility and the patience to listen to it. This is the beauty of ancient technology. It did not try to insulate the human from the environment. It forced the human to merge with it. A modern GPS receiver tells you where you are, but it allows you to completely ignore the world around you. You can cross an ocean while staring at a screen, completely disconnected from the water, the wind, and the life outside the window. The Norse navigator cannot afford to ignore anything. His survival depends on his intimacy with the world. He is a part of the ocean, deeply woven into its rhythms, as connected to the water as the puffin or the whale. The day drags on. The grey light never changes, simply hovering in a state of perpetual twilight. The crew sleeps, repairs small tears in their clothing, or carves small pieces of wood. The younger man at the steerboard holds the ship steady, matching his movements to the heavy, rolling breath of the sea. The old navigator returns to his chest. He leans back against the wooden hull, closing his eyes, wrapping his cloak tighter against the damp chill. He is listening. He feels the primary swell. He feels the subtle, cross-cutting echo of the distant islands. He smells the lingering breath of the whale. He has built a map in his mind, constructed entirely of sensory details, and he is resting perfectly comfortably right in the center of it. We spend so much of our lives trying to impose our will on the world. We try to organize it, pave it, conquer it, and force it to be predictable. But here, in a wooden bowl in the middle of the North Atlantic, there is no conquering. There is only cooperation. Let the sound of the ocean fill the silence. Up, pause, down, rush. Let the slow, deliberate attention of the navigator seep into your own mind. You do not need to figure everything out. You do not need a screen to tell you where you are. Sometimes you just need to sit still, feel the wind on your face, and let the world explain itself to you. The ship sails on into the grey, the puffins fly ahead, the whales swim below, and all is well. Chapter 3. The Shadow on the Board. The North Atlantic is not a place that encourages a rigid adherence to schedules. It is a place where time expands, contracts, and occasionally seems to stop altogether, depending entirely on the mood of the wind. It is now the 4th day, or perhaps the 5th. The crew of the longship has largely stopped trying to keep track. When your entire world consists of a wooden deck, a red sail, and an endless expanse of grey water, the days simply bleed into one another, creating a long, continuous present tense. The wind has remained steady, pushing the ship westward. The rhythmic groaning of the clinker-built hull. Up, pause, down, rush, has become the baseline frequency of their existence. It is no longer a noise. It is just the way the universe sounds. But while the crew rests, the navigator is working. Navigation, at its core, is the art of answering two extremely basic questions. Where am I? And which way is that? For a modern person, these questions are answered by satellites. For the old navigator sitting by the steerboard, the first question is answered by the sea, the whales, and the puffins. The second question, however, is answered by the sky. And today, for the first time since they left the fjords of Norway, the sky has decided to cooperate. The heavy, suffocating blanket of grey cloud has broken. Huge, ragged tiers of bright, shocking blue have appeared overhead. The sun, which had apparently been hiding behind the clouds for the better part of a week, suddenly floods the deck with sharp, brilliant light. The crew groans, shielding their eyes. After days in the dim, flat twilight of the overcast ocean, the sudden introduction of direct sunlight feels almost like a physical blow. But the navigator does not groan. He stands up quickly. his movements surprisingly sharp for a man of his age, and reaches into a wooden box resting near his feet. He pulls out an object that looks entirely too simple to be of any real use. It is a flat, round piece of wood, roughly the size of a dinner plate. In the exact center of the disc, a wooden pin sticks straight up. A series of concentric circles and faint carved lines radiate outward from the pin to the edge of the board. It looks like a broken toy, or perhaps a very boring board game. This is the Skugafjöll, the Sun Shadow board. It is the Viking Age equivalent of a GPS system, powered entirely by wood, sunlight, and a very stubborn refusal to get lost. The navigator steps to the center of the ship, where the deck is relatively flat. He cannot simply set the board down on the deck. The ship is pitching and rolling over the ocean's swells. If he puts it on the floor, the shadow cast by the center pin will swing wildly back and forth, rendering it completely useless. So, he does something that looks a bit like a strange, slow dance. He holds the board out in front of him, resting it lightly on his palms. He bends his knees slightly. And then, he becomes a human gimbal. As the ship rolls violently to the left, the navigator leans to the right, his arms adjusting, his knees flexing, keeping the wooden board perfectly, horizontally level against the horizon. As the ship pitches forward down a wave, he leans back. Up, down, left, right. The ship thrashes beneath him, but the board in his hands remains completely still, hovering in the air as if suspended by an invisible string. It is a display of balance and core strength that would make a modern gymnast weep, performed by an old man wearing a greasy woolen cloak on a wet wooden deck. He watches the center pin. The bright sun casts a sharp, black shadow from the pin across the carved lines of the board. He is looking for the sun's highest point in the sky, solar noon. Because while the Norse did not understand the concept of longitude, how far east or west you are, they were absolute masters of latitude, how far north or south you are. Before he left Norway, he had used this exact board to mark the length of the shadow at noon. If he sails due west, perfectly straight across the ocean, the length of the shadow at noon will remain exactly the same every single day. If the shadow gets longer, it means the sun is lower in the sky, which means he has drifted too far north. If the shadow gets shorter, it means the sun is higher and he has drifted too far south. It is brilliant. It is elegant. It is a system of navigation based entirely on keeping a shadow touching a single scratched line on a piece of pine. The navigator sways. He dips. He holds the board steady. He watches the shadow. The sun climbs to its peak, hangs there for a long, breathless moment, and then slowly begins its descent. The shadow touches the line. Exactly on the line. The navigator nods, a small, satisfied gesture. He lowers the board, his knees popping audibly as he straightens up. He walks back to the steerboard, tucks the instrument back into its box, and adjusts the heavy steering oar by perhaps half an inch. They are perfectly on course. They are drawing a straight, invisible line across thousands of miles of chaotic water, guided by a stick and a shadow. When you think about the sheer audacity of this, it is almost funny. The ocean is a massive, three-dimensional meat grinder designed to sink things. The wind is unpredictable, the currents are invisible. And humanity's response to this terrifying, overwhelming force of nature was to carve a circle out of a tree, look at the sun and say, "No, I think we will go exactly this way." And it worked. It worked so well that they found Iceland. They found Greenland. They found the shores of North America centuries before anyone else in Europe even suspected it was there. And they did it all while standing on a rocking deck, staring at a shadow. The sun feels warm on the deck now. The cold edge of the wind has been blunted by the light. The red sail is brilliant against the blue patches of sky. The crew, warmed by the sudden change in weather, begins to stir. Someone breaks out a small, carved wooden flute and begins to play a reedy, cheerful tune. Another man uses a piece of pumice stone to sharpen a small iron knife. The tension that always accompanies the deep grey fog has lifted. The world makes sense again. The sun is in the sky, the shadow is on the line, and the ship is moving forward. But the North Atlantic is a fickle host. It does not like to make things easy for very long. As the afternoon wears on, the navigator looks toward the western horizon. The blue patches are closing up. A new bank of clouds is rolling in, thick, heavy, and bruised with the promise of rain. It is not just a cloud bank, it is a sea fog, a dense grey wall that sits right on the surface of the water, swallowing everything it touches. The sun slowly disappears behind the advancing grey edge. The sharp shadows on the deck vanish, replaced once again by the flat, diffuse light of the open ocean. The navigator does not look worried. He does not shout orders to turn back. He simply watches the fog approach. He knows that tomorrow there will be no shadows. He knows that the sun will be hidden behind a mile of thick, impenetrable mist. The wooden board in his box will be completely useless. But he is not worried, because while the sun may hide from the wood, it cannot hide from the stone. Let the sound of the flute wash over you, blending with the rush of the water against the hull. The ship sails straight into the fog bank. The grey swallows them whole, erasing the horizon, erasing the sky, erasing the world. They are blind again, but they are exactly where they need to be. And all is well. Chapter 4. The Hidden Light. The world has vanished. If the overcast days were a grey ceiling, the sea fog is a grey room. It is a thick, clinging, wet mist that reduces visibility to perhaps 50 feet. Beyond the carved dragon head at the prow of the ship, there is nothing. Beyond the steerboard at the stern, there is nothing. The ship appears to be floating in a void of damp, freezing static. The sound of the ocean has changed too. The fog acts as a heavy, wet blanket, muffling the roar of the wind and the slap of the waves. The creaking of the oak hull sounds loud, isolated, and strangely intimate in the muffled silence. Creak, splash, creak. The crew is quiet. Fog makes people whisper. It is an instinctual reaction to being blinded. If you cannot see what is out there, you do not want to draw its attention. They sit huddled in their cloaks, moisture beading on the greasy wool, staring out into the grey nothingness. It is midday. Or at least it should be midday. Without the sun, the concept of time feels fluid and untrustworthy. At the back of the ship, the old navigator stands at the steerboard. He is still reading the swells beneath the hull, still feeling the temperature of the wind on his wet cheeks, still listening for the cry of a stray bird. But the wind has become fickle, shifting directions in the fog, and the cross swells are confused by a distant, unseen storm. The physical signs are failing him. The wooden shadow board is useless in a world without shadows. If he stays on this course based purely on guesswork, the ship could slowly, imperceptibly turn. They could end up sailing in a massive circle until their food runs out, or they could drift north into the crushing ice packs of the Arctic. He needs the sun, and the sun has thoroughly refused to participate. It is at this moment that the navigator performs what looks, to modern eyes, like an act of quiet, profound magic. He reaches into a small leather pouch tied to his heavy belt. His thick, calloused fingers retrieve an object. It is not a compass. It is not a map. It is a rock. Specifically, it is a crystal. It is about the size of a matchbox, shaped like a slightly squashed rectangle, a rhomboid. It is perfectly clear, like a solid block of ice that refuses to melt. This is Iceland's spar, a form of transparent calcite. The Norse called it the Stein, the Sunstone. To understand what the navigator is about to do, you have to understand a little bit about how light works, and a lot about how incredibly clever human beings can be when they are desperately trying not to drown. Sunlight, when it travels through the vacuum of space, vibrates in all directions. But when it hits the Earth's atmosphere, and specifically when it scatters through the moisture of a thick fog, the light becomes polarized. It aligns into invisible rings that center around the sun. We cannot see polarization with our naked eyes. We just see a uniform, frustrating grey wall of fog. But the rock can see it. The navigator raises the crystal. He does not hold it up to his eye like a telescope. He holds it flat in his palm, pointing it straight up at the featureless grey canopy above him. Because of the unique atomic structure of Iceland's spar, light passing through it is split into two separate beams. If you lay the crystal over a drawn line, you will see two lines. But more importantly, the crystal reacts to polarized light. The navigator stares intensely at the clear stone. He slowly, carefully rotates it in his hand. Turn, pause, torn, pause. He is watching the crystal. As he rotates it, the fog above him remains grey, but inside the stone, a subtle shift is happening. Due to the polarization of the hidden sunlight at a very specific angle, the light passing through the stone will suddenly equalize. The two split beams will become equally bright. He turns it another fraction of an inch. There. Inside the clear, cold stone, a tiny, glowing point of light appears. It is faint, but unmistakable. It is a captured echo of the sun, pulled out of the blinding fog by the geometry of a rock. The navigator stops rotating the stone. He looks at the angle he is holding it. The crystal is now pointing exactly, perfectly, indisputably at the hidden sun. He lowers his hand. He looks at the angle of the steerboard. He realizes that over the last few hours, fooled by the shifting wind, they have drifted several degrees to the south. If they had continued on that path, they would have missed the islands entirely and sailed out into the open, endless expanse of the Atlantic, where the water eventually runs out of islands and simply becomes a very large, very wet graveyard. He leans his weight against the heavy wooden oar. The ship groans, protesting the change in direction, as he brings the prow slowly back around, aligning it once again with the invisible straight line dictated by a shadow on a board and the glow in a rock. It is a stunningly quiet victory. There is no triumphant music playing from the heavens. The fog does not magically part to reveal a golden shore. The crew does not cheer. Most of them didn't even notice what he did. They just sit, dripping wet, chewing on their terrible dried fish. But the navigator knows. We tend to think of advanced technology as something that involves wires, batteries, and screens. But true technology is simply the application of knowledge to solve a problem. The Sunstone is a masterpiece of technology. It requires no power source. It never breaks. It never loses its signal. It simply exploits a fundamental law of physics that modern science would not fully understand for another 800 years. The Norse did not know about the electromagnetic spectrum. They did not know about atomic lattices or photons. What they knew was that if you held a certain clear rock from the mountains of Iceland up to a foggy sky and turned it just right, the sun would tell you where it was hiding. And that was enough. It was enough to conquer the ocean. The navigator tucks the crystal carefully back into his leather pouch. He pulls his cloak tighter around his neck. He is cold. He is tired. He would very much like to be sitting by a roaring fire with a bowl of hot stew. But he is no longer lost. The ship continues to push through the grey mist. The water slaps against the hull. Up, pause, down, rush. They are a tiny, fragile wooden speck in a terrifyingly large ocean, but they are a speck that knows exactly where it is going. Let the quiet confidence of the navigator settle into the room. Let the thick fog wrap around the ship, no longer a threat, but just a physical reality that has been outsmarted by a piece of stone. You do not always need to see the destination to know you are on the right path. Sometimes, you just need the right tool, the patience to look closely, and the willingness to trust the subtle signs the universe provides. The longship sails on, guided by the hidden light, and all is well. Chapter 5. The Edge of the World. The sea fog has held them in its damp grey grip for 2 full days. Time aboard the longship has slowed to a crawl. The rhythmic creaking of the hull, the heavy, muffled slap of the waves, and the constant, biting chill have become the only realities. The crew exists in a state of suspended animation, huddled in their heavy woolen cloaks, waiting for the world to return. At the stern, the old navigator has barely moved. He has taken brief periods of rest, handing the steerboard to the younger man, but his mind has never left the water. Every few hours, he pulls the clear Iceland spar from his pouch, rotates it against the grey sky, finds the hidden sun, and adjusts their course. He is threading a needle in the dark. It is the afternoon of the 7th day since they left the fjords of Norway. The change, when it comes, is not visual. It is auditory. The crew is silent, the only sound the familiar groaning of the oak. But then, drifting through the thick mist, comes a sound that does not belong to the open ocean. It is a low, rhythmic booming, a deep, percussive thud that vibrates in the chest before it fully registers in the ears. Boom, pause, boom, pause. Dotich chi. It is the sound of massive ocean swells violently meeting solid rock. It is the sound of surf. The navigator's head snaps up. He raises a hand, signaling for absolute silence. The crew freezes. Even the man who was quietly chewing on a piece of hardtack stops mid-bite. They all listen, tilting their heads toward the port side of the ship. Boom, pause, boom, dotich s. It is faint, perhaps several miles away, muffled by the fog, but it is undeniably there. Then comes the second sign, the smell. For 7 days, their noses have been filled with nothing but cold salt, wet wool, and pine tar. Now, riding on a sudden shift in the breeze, comes a scent that is so rich, so overwhelmingly complex that it almost makes them dizzy. It smells of wet earth, of crushed green grass, of peat bogs, damp stone, and the sharp ammonia tang of massive seabird colonies. It is the smell of land. The navigator smiles. A full, genuine smile that crinkles the deep lines around his eyes. He leans against the steerboard, pushing it hard, turning the prow of the longship toward the sound and the smell. "Oars," he says quietly. His voice is raspy from disuse, but the command ripples down the length of the ship. The crew, suddenly energized by the prospect of not being on the ocean anymore, scrambles into action. They throw off their heavy cloaks. The long ash-wood oars are slid through the oar holes along the gunwales. With a rhythmic heave, the oars bite into the grey water. The ship surges forward, no longer relying solely on the wind, driven now by the collective muscle of 30 people who very much want to stand on something that does not move. They row into the fog, moving cautiously. The sound of the surf grows louder. The smell of the earth grows stronger. And then the grey curtain simply tears open. It does not burn off gradually. The ship simply rows out of the dense fog bank and into a pocket of clear, cold air. Rising up out of the sea directly in front of them, impossibly steep and terrifyingly green, is a mountain. They have reached the Faroe Islands. It is not a gentle, sandy beach welcoming them with palm trees. It is a massive, sheer cliff face of dark basalt plunging straight down into the violent, churning water. The cliff is completely covered in a carpet of vibrant, almost aggressive green grass, clinging desperately to the rock. Thousands of seabirds, puffins, gannets and fulmars circle the cliffs like a blizzard of white confetti, their cries echoing over the roar of the surf. It is breathtaking. It is hostile. It is beautiful. To the modern eye, arriving at a sheer cliff after a week at sea might seem like a disaster. But the navigator knows this coast. He knows that you do not park a longship against a cliff. He guides the ship parallel to the rock face, following the coastline, looking for the specific, narrow cleft in the rock that leads to a sheltered inlet. The crew rows steadily, their eyes wide, drinking in the sight of the green earth. They find the inlet. The ship turns, sliding smoothly between two towering pillars of dark stone. Instantly, the violent rolling of the ocean ceases. The water inside the inlet is flat and calm, protected from the wind and the swell. The heavy red sail, which has pulled them across thousands of miles of open water, is finally lowered. It drops to the deck with a heavy, satisfying rustle, its job complete. The ship glides forward on momentum alone, moving silently over the dark, still water. Ahead of them lies a small, rocky beach, and beyond it, a gentle slope of green valley leading up into the hills. There are no grand cities waiting for them. There are no cheering crowds. There is simply a quiet, empty beach, a small stream cutting through the grass, and a few incredibly woolly sheep looking up from their grazing with expressions of mild annoyance. The keel of the longship scrapes gently against the smooth, round pebbles of the beach. It is a grating, grinding sound, but to the crew, it is the most beautiful music in the world. The ship stops. The journey is over. There is no dramatic flag planting. There is no heroic speech. The crew simply ships their oars, stands up, and stretches their aching backs. Some of them laugh quietly, some of them just stare at the grass. They begin the mundane, necessary tasks of arrival. Ropes are thrown ashore and secured to heavy rocks. The smaller boat is lowered to ferry supplies. The old navigator stays at the steerboard for a moment longer. He looks back out toward the narrow opening of the inlet, toward the grey wall of fog that is still waiting out on the open sea. He pulls the leather pouch from his belt, takes out the clear Iceland spar, and runs his thumb over its smooth surface. He looks at the wooden sun-shadow board resting in its box. He did not conquer the ocean. No one conquers the ocean. He simply listened to it. He listened to the echoes of the waves, the flight of the birds, the taste of the ice, and the hidden light inside a rock. He asked the universe politely for directions, and the universe provided. He slips the stone back into his pouch. He steps down from the steering platform, his boots hitting the solid deck. He is an old man, tired and cold, and he has a lot of terrible dried fish to unload. Let the image of the green cliffs fill your mind. Let the sound of the gentle waves lapping against the pebbles replace the heavy, violent roar of the open sea. The earth is solid. The journey is complete. This is how the world was mapped. Not with satellites and grand armadas, but by small groups of people in flexible wooden bowls, carrying rocks and an infinite amount of patience, slowly, quietly finding the edges of the world. The longhouse awaits them up the hill. The fire will be lit. The stories will be told. Settle in. Breathe deeply. The ship is safe on the shore, and all is well. The Saga of the Bog Iron. Imagine an autumn morning in the deep forests of Scandinavia. It is not a crisp, bright morning filled with golden leaves and poetic sunlight. It is a damp, grey, profoundly soggy morning. We are standing at the edge of a peat bog. The ground here does not feel like ground. It feels like a very thick, slightly malicious sponge. Every time you shift your weight, the dark, fibrous earth squelches, releasing a smell that is incredibly ancient. It smells of decayed moss, standing water, pine needles, and something sharp and metallic that catches in the back of your throat. The air is cold enough that your breath plumes in front of you, but the water of the bog is colder. It is the kind of cold that bypasses the skin and goes directly to the bones. And standing waist-deep in this freezing brown water is a family. We have this deeply ingrained image of how ancient people acquired iron. We picture massive, dark caverns carved into the sides of mountains. We imagine soot-stained men swinging heavy pickaxes against solid rock, dragging carts of ore out from the dangerous depths of the earth. We associate iron with deep mining, with kings, and with massive, organized empires. The Norse did not do this. They did not have massive empires, and they generally preferred not to be crushed by falling rocks in dark caves. Instead, they farmed their iron. They harvested it from the mud like very hard, very dirty potatoes. Because nature, in one of its stranger moods, decided that the best way to distribute iron in the north was to let it float. Iron exists in the rocks of the mountains. The rain falls, washing tiny, invisible particles of that iron into the streams. The streams carry it down into the slow-moving, acidic water of the peat bogs. There, microscopic bacteria creatures so small you could fit 1,000,000 of them on a fingernail feed on the iron. As they process it, they leave behind a solid residue. Over decades, over centuries, this residue clumps together in the mud, forming little reddish-brown nuggets. This is bog iron. The man standing nearest to us is wearing a heavy woolen tunic which has been hiked up and tied around his waist to keep it out of the water. His legs and arms are coated in a thick, dark slime. He holds a long wooden pole with a crude, iron-tipped rake at the end. He plunges the rake deep into the murky water, driving it down into the soft, yielding peat at the bottom of the bog. He leans his weight against the pole, dragging it toward himself with a slow, heavy grunt of effort. The water around him swirls, turning from the colour of weak tea to a thick, opaque sludge. He pulls the rake up. It brings with it a massive clump of dripping, foul-smelling mud, tangled with dead roots and rotting moss. He dumps the clump onto a wooden sled resting on the slightly firmer bank of the bog. Beside the sled, a young woman, his daughter perhaps, drops to her knees. She does not have a rake. She is using her hands. She plunges her fingers into the freezing, disgusting mound of sludge and begins to sift through it. She is not looking for gold. She is looking for rust. Her fingers, numb from the cold, feel for something hard. The peat is soft, the roots are stringy, but occasionally she encounters a solid lump. It is roughly the size of a pea or a hazelnut. Sometimes, if they are very lucky, it is the size of a fist. She pulls one out and holds it up. It looks completely unremarkable. It is a porous, crumbly, reddish-brown clump of dirt. If you threw it against a tree, it would probably shatter. It does not look like a sword. It does not look like a cooking pot. It looks like a mistake. But this ugly little nugget is the foundation of the entire Viking Age. She tosses the nugget into a woven willow basket. Clack! It hits the bottom with a dull, hollow sound. Then her hands go back into the mud. Sift, feel, pull, toss. Clack! There is a profound cosmic irony to this scene. The mighty Norsemen, the terrors of the European coastline, the great explorers who crossed the oceans and stood toe-to-toe with empires, derived all of their cutting-edge military and agricultural technology by standing in freezing swamps and playing in the mud. If you want an axe that will fell a giant oak tree, You must first spend 2 weeks up to your knees in stagnant water, patiently picking up thousands of pea-sized pieces of rust. The universe demands a certain amount of indignity before it hands over its power. Listen to the sounds of the harvest. Squelch, slop, clack, dotich s. The rhythm is slow and deliberate. The cold makes fast movements impossible. The man rakes. The mud falls. The woman sifts. The nuggets drop into the basket. There is no talking. The work is too miserable and the air is too cold to waste energy on words. They simply endure. The Norse possessed a cultural trait that is hard to translate perfectly, but it involves a deep, abiding stubbornness, an acceptance that the world is uncomfortable, and the only way to make it more comfortable is to get through the uncomfortable part as methodically as possible. The basket slowly fills. As it does, the air begins to change. The sharp, metallic tang in the air. The smell of the raw iron grows stronger, mixing with the damp scent of the rotting peat. This process could not happen at any other time of year. In the summer, the bogs are breeding grounds for massive, aggressively enthusiastic swarms of mosquitoes that would drain a human of blood within an hour. In the winter, the bogs freeze solid, locking the iron away beneath a foot of impenetrable ice. Autumn is the window. The mosquitoes are dead, the water is liquid, and the harvest must be completed before the deep freeze arrives. They have been out here since dawn. They will be out here until the light fades. By the end of the day, they might have gathered 50 pounds of these little brown nuggets. It sounds like a lot, until you realize that 80% of that weight is just dirt, water, and impurities. When they are finished, when the fires have done their work, that 50 pounds of mud will yield perhaps 10 pounds of usable iron, barely enough to make a single medium-sized axe head, and they need iron for everything. They need iron rivets to hold their ships together. They need iron sickles to harvest the grain. They need iron knives to carve the wood, iron pots to cook the food, and, of course, iron swords to politely request that their neighbours share their silver. So they rake, and they sift. Let the image of the grey, misty bog settle over you. Feel the cold, damp air on your face, but know that you are warm. The slow, repetitive sounds, squelch, slop, clack, form a kind of monotonous lullaby. The man pulls up another rake full of mud. He is tired. His back aches. But he does not stop. We look at an iron tool today and see something permanent, strong, and removed from nature. But the people in the bog know the truth. Iron is just water, dirt, and time, temporarily convinced to hold a sharp edge. As the afternoon turns to dusk, the grey light failing entirely, they finally pull the sled away from the water's edge. The baskets are heavy. The mud harvest is complete for the day. They walk slowly back toward the trees, their boots sinking deep into the peat. The raw material has been gathered. Now it must be transformed, and that will require fire. But for tonight, there is only the slow walk home, the prospect of dry clothes, and the quiet satisfaction of a miserable job done well. The bog settles back into stillness, and all is well. The bog iron has been harvested. It sits in the farmyard, a massive, uninspiring pile of rusty dirt clods drying in the cold autumn wind. If you showed it to someone and told them it was the raw material for an empire, they would assume you had lost your mind in the woods. But the Norse know that to change mud into metal, you need heat. Not just the comfortable, warming heat of a hearth fire. You need an apocalyptic, furious heat. You need a temperature high enough to make the rocks themselves sweat. And you cannot achieve that heat with normal wood. If you throw a log of oak into a fire, A vast amount of the energy it produces is wasted just boiling off the water trapped inside the wood and burning away the sap. It makes a beautiful, bright flame, but a bright flame is actually quite cool. To melt iron, you need fuel that has already suffered. You need a fuel that has had everything weak, wet and bright burned out of it, leaving nothing behind but pure, dense, aggressive energy. You need charcoal. Walk with me away from the farm, deeper into the forest. The air here is different. The damp smell of the bog has been replaced by the dry, resinous scent of pine and birch. The ground is carpeted with a thick layer of dead needles, deadening our footsteps. As we move deeper, a new smell enters the air. It is not the clean, cheerful smell of a campfire. It is a harsh, acrid, incredibly sharp scent. It smells like scorched earth and trapped smoke. It makes your eyes water slightly. We enter a clearing. In the center of the clearing sits what appears to be a massive, perfectly smooth mound of black earth, roughly the size of a small house. This is the charcoal clamp. For the past week, a team of people has been chopping down dozens of large trees. They cut them into precise lengths, split them, and stacked them in an enormous, incredibly intricate geometric dome. It requires the kind of spatial reasoning usually reserved for architects. If the wood is stacked too loosely, there will be too much air. If it is stacked too tightly, the fire will choke. Once the massive wooden dome was built, they covered the entire thing in a thick layer of wet earth, moss and clay, sealing it completely, except for a few tiny, carefully placed holes at the base and a chimney hole at the very top. And then they set it on fire. The goal of a charcoal clamp is profound cosmic torture. The wood is burning, but it is not allowed to burn freely. It is being starved of oxygen. It is essentially baking itself in a sealed oven, slowly sweating out all of its moisture, its sap, and its volatile gases, leaving behind only the pure black skeleton of carbon. Sitting on a log near the base of the mound is the charcoal burner. He is, without a doubt, the dirtiest human being you have ever seen. He is covered from head to toe in a fine, powdery black dust. It is in his hair, in the deep creases of his face, embedded in his clothes, and permanently stained into his hands. When he blinks, the whites of his eyes look startlingly bright against his soot-blackened skin. He is not moving quickly. In fact, he looks half asleep. Charcoal burning is not a job of frantic action. It is a job of intense, sustained, almost paranoid observation. The clamp has been burning for 4 days. During that entire time, he has not slept for more than 20 minutes at a stretch. He is engaged in a slow-motion wrestling match with a massive, buried fire. If too much air gets into the mound, the wood will simply catch fire and burn to useless white ash. 2 weeks of labor will vanish into the sky. If not enough air gets in, the fire will suffocate and die, leaving a pile of half-baked logs. He must control the breathing of the beast. Breathe slowly. Watch the man. He stands up, picking up a long wooden pole. He walks around the massive earthen mound. He is not looking at it so much as he is listening to it and smelling it. He stops. He leans close to the mound, turning his head so his ear is just inches from the hot earth. He can hear the fire shifting inside. He can hear the hiss of escaping steam and the subtle, hollow crackle of wood turning into carbon. He looks at the smoke drifting lazily out of a small hole near his feet. When the burn first started, the smoke pouring out of the chimney was thick, white, and billowing. This was the water boiling out of the wood. Then it turned a yellowish brown, smelling sharply of vinegar and tar as the sap burned away. Now, the smoke drifting from the holes is thin, blue, and almost invisible. This is what he wants. Blue smoke means the transformation is almost complete. But he notices one spot near the middle of the mound where the earth has cracked slightly as it dried in the heat. A tiny, eager tongue of orange flame is licking out of the crack, hungry for the fresh oxygen. The charcoal burner does not panic. He simply sighs, scoops up a shovelful of wet mud from a pile nearby, and calmly slaps it over the crack, smoothing it down with the back of the shovel. The flame vanishes. The beast is put back in its cage. He walks back to his log and sits down. There is a strange, hypnotic quality to this work. It requires an absolute narrowing of the world. The charcoal burner does not care about the sea. He does not care about the harvest. He does not care about the rumors of war in the south. His entire universe is a hot pile of dirt and the exact color of the smoke it produces. He is essentially meditating. It is a dirty, exhausted, foul-smelling meditation, but it is meditation nonetheless. He is completely present. If his mind wanders, the fire escapes. We think of alchemy as a mystical pursuit, turning lead into gold in a fancy laboratory. But true alchemy happens out here in the dirt. Consider the sheer scale of the preparation. To make one iron sword, you need several baskets of bog iron. But to melt those baskets of iron, you need a mountain of charcoal. And to make a mountain of charcoal, you must chop down half a forest, stack it, bury it, and slowly torture it with fire for a week. The energy required is staggering, and all of it, every single step, is powered by human muscle and human patience. The sun slowly tracks across the sky, filtering through the pine branches. The air in the clearing is hot and shimmering despite the autumn chill. The charcoal burner leans forward, resting his chin in his blackened hands. He watches a thin wisp of blue smoke curl upward into the air. He calculates the time left. Another day, perhaps. Then he will seal the remaining holes entirely, smothering the fire completely, and wait for the massive mound to cool down enough to open. When he finally cracks the earth open, he will find the logs sitting exactly as they were stacked, looking identical in shape, but completely transformed. They will be pitch black, lighter than air, and when you strike them together, they will ring with a sharp, metallic sound, like glass. They will have become concentrated heat, waiting to be unleashed. But not yet. For now, the slow burn continues. Let your breathing match the slow, steady draw of the hidden fire. The forest is quiet around the clearing, respectful of the heat. The man sits on his log, a soot-stained guardian of the flame. There is nothing to do but wait. The wood is yielding. The carbon is forming. The foundation is being laid. The blue smoke drifts toward the canopy, and all is well. The longhouse yard has become an industrial zone. The quiet domestic peace of spinning wool and sorting fish has been temporarily suspended, replaced by the frantic, deeply messy business of attempting to play God with rocks. The bog iron has been roasted over a slow fire to drive out the remaining moisture, turning the crumbly brown nuggets into something harder and slightly magnetic. The charcoal has been retrieved from the forest, massive baskets of the ringing black fuel piled high near the workshop. Now, they must build the belly of the beast. In the center of the yard, 3 people are kneeling in a massive pit of wet red clay. They are not using tools. They are using their hands, their feet, and a great deal of profanity. They are mixing the clay with sand and handfuls of dry horse manure. The manure acts as a binder, holding the clay together when the extreme heat hits it, preventing it from shattering like a dropped teacup. It is incredibly messy work. The clay sticks to everything. It coats their arms up to the elbows, it splashes onto their faces, but they are smiling. There is an energy here, a crackling anticipation. They are building the smelting furnace. They begin to shape the clay into a structure that looks somewhat like a hollow, truncated cone, or perhaps a very tall, narrow beehive, standing about 3 feet high. The walls are thick, nearly a handspan across, smoothed and patted by muddy hands until they are perfectly solid. Near the bottom of this clay chimney, they leave a small hole. This is the toilet hole. It is the most important part of the entire structure. Because a fire, even a charcoal fire, will not get hot enough to melt iron simply by sitting in a tube. A fire needs to breathe. And if it cannot breathe fast enough on its own, you must force the air down its throat. Once the clay furnace has been built and dried, a process helped along by lighting a small, gentle fire inside it for a day. It is time to connect the lungs. A man carries out the bellows. They are beautiful, complex pieces of equipment, a stark contrast to the crude clay of the furnace. They consist of 2 large, teardrop-shaped wooden boards connected by a highly flexible, airtight sack made from the softest sheepskin or calfskin. There is a wooden pipe at the narrow end and a simple leather flap valve at the wide end that opens when the bellows are pulled up, letting air in, and snaps shut when they are pushed down, forcing the air out through the pipe. He inserts the wooden pipe, protected by a clay nozzle, the tuyar, into the hole at the base of the furnace. The setup is complete. It is time to wake the beast. Settle back. Imagine the smell of the yard. It is a mix of wet clay, dry charcoal dust, and the sharp, anxious sweat of people who are about to engage in a very dangerous, highly unpredictable chemical experiment. The master smith steps forward. He is an older man, missing part of one ear and carrying several impressive burn scars on his forearms, the inevitable diplomas of his trade. He drops a handful of glowing embers from the hearth into the top of the clay chimney, followed by a small scoop of charcoal. He nods to the young man standing behind the bellows. The young man grips the wooden handles of the bellows. He pulls up. The leather sack expands with a soft whoosh as it sucks in the cold autumn air. He pushes down. A jet of air shoots through the clay nozzle into the base of the furnace. The embers inside suddenly flare, snapping from a dull orange to a bright, angry yellow. He pulls up. He pushes down. Whoosh, puff, whoosh, puff. The smith adds more charcoal. The young man pumps faster. The rhythm must be perfectly steady. If he stops, the fire cools and the process is ruined. As the charcoal fills the bottom of the furnace, the true heat begins to build. You can feel it standing 10 feet away. It is not a warm, comforting heat. It is a harsh, radiant pressure that makes your skin feel tight and your eyes dry out. The smith looks down into the top of the chimney. He is wearing a heavy leather apron and he squints against the glare. The fire inside is no longer yellow. It is turning white. A searing, blinding white. "Now!" the smith says. Another worker steps forward, carrying a small wooden bowl filled with the roasted bog iron nuggets. He carefully tips the bowl, letting the iron clatter down into the blinding heat of the chimney. The smith immediately follows it with another large scoop of charcoal. Iron, charcoal, air. This is the alchemy. The Norse did not know the periodic table. They did not know that the carbon monoxide gas produced by the burning charcoal was violently stripping the oxygen atoms away from the iron oxide nuggets, leaving behind pure iron. What they knew was that if you fed the clay beast alternating layers of rust and black wood, and you forced it to breathe fast enough, magic happened in the dark. The young man on the bellows is sweating profusely. He has stripped off his tunic despite the cold air of the yard. His muscles bunch and release. Whoosh, puff, whoosh, puff. It is exhausting, relentless labor. He is acting as the lungs for a fire that is currently burning at over 2000 degrees Fahrenheit. If he loses his rhythm, the alchemy fails. Inside the furnace, a profound violence is occurring. The iron nuggets are not melting into a liquid puddle like ice melting into water. The furnace is hot, but it is not quite hot enough to turn iron completely liquid. Instead, the iron begins to soften. It turns into a glowing, incredibly hot, semi-solid sponge. The impurities in the mud, the silica, the dirt, the bits of rock do melt. They turn into a liquid glass called slag. This liquid slag drips down through the glowing charcoal, coating the softening iron sponge, protecting it from being oxidized by the blast of air from the bellows. It is a chaotic, bubbling, roaring hellscape inside that clay tube. The smith watches intently. He listens to the roar of the fire. He looks at the color of the flames shooting out of the top of the chimney. A bluish flame means carbon monoxide is escaping. Good. A sudden burst of sparks means the charcoal is collapsing. He adds more iron. He adds more charcoal. Whoosh, puff, whoosh, puff. The young man on the bellows is replaced by another worker, the transition happening smoothly without missing a single beat of air. This process continues for hours. The sun moves across the sky. The pile of charcoal shrinks. The baskets of bog iron are emptied into the maw of the furnace. The heat radiating from the clay walls is now so intense that the workers have to turn their faces away when they approach it. The clay itself is glowing dull red in places. It looks like it wants to explode. There is an incredible tension in the air. All the work of the autumn, the freezing mud harvest, the sleepless nights of the charcoal burner, the building of the furnace has culminated in this single, precarious moment. They are balancing the heat, the fuel, and the air on a knife's edge. If they added too much iron, it will smother the fire. If they added too much charcoal, the iron will absorb too much carbon and become brittle cast iron, useless for a sword. They have no thermometers, they have no gauges. They have only the color of the flame, the sound of the roar, and the deep, inherited intuition of the smith. As the afternoon shadows lengthen, the smith holds up his hand. The worker on the bellows stops pumping. The sudden silence in the yard is shocking. The roaring of the forced air ceases, leaving only the soft, intense crackle of the settling charcoal. The beast has been fed. It has breathed. The alchemy is done. Now, they must see if the magic worked. The smith picks up a heavy iron crowbar. He approaches the glowing clay furnace. He is not going to open a door. You don't open a door on a bog iron furnace. You break it. He raises the crowbar, takes a deep breath, and prepares to smash the clay lung wide open. Let the heat of the imaginary furnace wash over you. Let the rhythmic whoosh puff of the bellows fade into the quiet of the room. The hard part is over. The transformation has occurred in the dark. Now, it is time to pull the prize from the fire. The clay waits for the blow. And all is well. The silence in the yard is absolute, heavy with the trapped heat of the furnace. The clay chimney stands before the smith, glowing a dull, angry red from the inside out. It looks less like a structure built by humans and more like a captured piece of a volcano. It is radiating heat so fiercely that the air around it wobbles and distorts, making the trees at the edge of the yard look like they are swimming in water. The smith raises the heavy iron crowbar. He does not hesitate. He swings it in a wide arc, bringing the heavy end smashing into the side of the clay furnace. Large, glowing shards of red-hot pottery fall to the dirt, hissing as they hit the damp ground. He strikes it again. Crack, crash. The furnace crumbles. As the clay walls fall away, the heart of the fire is exposed to the open air. It is a blinding, terrifying pillar of white-hot charcoal and liquid glass. The smell hits the workers immediately. It is the sharp, acrid scent of sulphur mixed with the dusty, burning smell of the destroyed clay. The smith does not shield his eyes. He steps closer, leaning into the unbearable heat, and uses the crowbar to quickly rake away the burning coals and the chunks of broken clay. At the very bottom of the ruined furnace, resting on the earth, is the prize. It does not look like a sword. It does not look like an axe head. In fact, it looks incredibly ugly. It is a glowing, misshapen lump, roughly the size of a large melon. It is a chaotic, bubbling mass of pure iron mixed with rivers of liquid, dripping slag. It looks like a metallic sponge that has been set on fire. This is the bloom. The Norse word for it was blastriar, blast iron, but bloom captures its nature perfectly. Like a flower opening in the heat, the iron has blossomed from the dirt. The smith drops the crowbar. Two of his assistants rush forward, carrying a pair of massive, long-handled iron tongs. The handles are wrapped in wet leather so they do not burn their hands. They reach into the glowing ruin of the fire, clamp the jaws of the tongs around the blindingly hot bloom, and heave it up. It is incredibly heavy. The liquid slag drips from it as it moves through the air, hitting the ground and exploding into tiny, perfectly round droplets of black glass that harden instantly. They carry the glowing mass over to a massive, flat stone block, serving as an anvil, or perhaps a large, blocky iron anvil, if the smith is wealthy enough. They drop it. It hits the anvil with a dull, heavy, hot touch that shakes the ground. Now, the true physical labor begins. The iron in the bloom is pure, but it is currently useless. It is full of holes, gaps, and pockets of trapped, glassy slag. If you tried to make a tool out of it right now, it would shatter on the first swing. To make it solid, you must beat the weakness out of it. The smith steps up to the anvil. He is holding a heavy forging hammer. He does not use a delicate, tapping motion. He raises the hammer high above his head and brings it down with every ounce of strength in his back and shoulders. WHAM. The impact is explosive. A shower of brilliant white-hot sparks erupts from the bloom, flying outward in a perfect, deadly circle. The liquid slag, trapped inside the sponge, is violently squeezed out by the pressure, squirting out of the sides like water from a squeezed sponge. WAM. Another shower of sparks. The assistants, standing just feet away holding the tongs, do not flinch. Their thick leather aprons deflect the burning stars. Wham! The smith is consolidating the bloom. With every strike of the hammer, he is crushing the pockets of air and forcing the liquid impurities out. He is turning a sponge into a solid block. The rhythm is brutally fast. The bloom is cooling rapidly in the autumn air. As it cools, the iron becomes harder to move, and the slag begins to freeze into solid glass. If he waits too long, the bloom will solidify with the impurities trapped inside, and the iron will be ruined. So he swings. The hammer rises and falls in a blur of motion. The sound echoes off the longhouse and rolls down the valley. It is the rhythmic, industrial heartbeat of the Viking Age. The glowing mass begins to change shape. It flattens. It lengthens. The dull, bubbling surface becomes smoother. But it is cooling. The blinding white heat fades to a bright yellow, then to an angry orange. "Back!" the smith grunts. The assistants grab the flattened bloom with the tongs and rush it over to a secondary hearth, the forging fire. This fire is smaller, but fueled entirely by pure charcoal and blown by another set of bellows. They thrust the cooling iron deep into the coals. The bellows roar, forcing air into the fire, driving the heat back up until the iron is glowing yellow-white again. Then back to the anvil. Whame, whame, whame. They repeat this process for hours. Heat, hammer, fold, heat, hammer, fold. Watch the smith's face. He is exhausted, covered in sweat and black soot, but his eyes are entirely focused on the metal. He is reading the iron the way the navigator reads the ocean. He can tell by the color exactly how hot it is. He can tell by the way the hammer bounces off the surface whether the internal structure is solidifying correctly. He knows exactly when it needs to go back in the fire and exactly when it is ready to be hit again. He is essentially a baker, but his dough is made of exploding rocks. Eventually, the shape on the anvil no longer looks like a sponge. It looks like a thick, rectangular bar of solid metal. The sparks no longer fly wildly when the hammer hits. They are tight and controlled. The slag has been expelled. The iron is pure. It is called a billet. The smith rests his hammer on the anvil. He is breathing heavily, the sweat cutting clean tracks through the soot on his face. He looks at the billet resting in the tongs. It is glowing, a dull, sullen cherry red. It is a miracle. They have taken the cold, wet, disgusting mud of the swamp, tortured it with black wood and forced air, smashed it with iron, and pulled from it a bar of solid, workable metal. This bar can become anything. It can become the rivets that hold a ship together against the fury of the Atlantic. It can become the knife that carves the intricate dragon head on the prow. It can become the sickle that harvests the wheat, that keeps the family alive through the dark winter. It is pure potential. The assistants carry the glowing billet over to a bed of dry sand and lay it down to cool slowly. The yard is quiet again. The ruined clay of the smelting furnace lies in a heap, its job done. The air smells heavily of scorched metal and sweat. The smith walks over to a wooden bucket of water and drinks deeply. He looks at the cooling bar of iron. Tomorrow he will wake up, light the forging fire, and turn that potential into purpose. But tonight, the alchemy is finished. The earth has given up its secret. Let the sound of the heavy hammer fade from your mind. Let the cool evening air rush in to replace the oppressive heat of the furnace. The bloom has been conquered, and all is well. The morning air is crisp, carrying the familiar scent of wood smoke, but today there is a different quality to it. There is an underlying sharpness, a clean, almost metallic tang that belongs exclusively to the forge. The heavy labour of the bog and the roaring chaos of the smelting furnace are behind us. The iron has been won from the earth and beaten into submission. Now comes the quiet, elegant phase of the work. Now comes the shaping. Inside the small, dark, timber-framed smithy, the forge fire is burning. It is a small fire compared to the massive smelting furnace, but it is incredibly intense, fueled by the finest, purest charcoal. The young assistant leans rhythmically on the bellows, sending a steady, controlled stream of air into the glowing coals. Whoosh! Puff! The master smith stands at the anvil. The solid iron billet they produced yesterday rests in the heart of the fire, quietly soaking up the heat. The atmosphere in the smithy is entirely different from the yard outside. It is enclosed. It is focused. There is a sense of almost religious concentration. In Norse mythology, the gods themselves had smiths, the dwarves, who forged Thor's hammer and Odin's spear. To be a master smith was to hold a position of profound respect in the community. You were the person who gave the farmers their tools and the warriors their teeth. The smith reaches into the fire with his long tongs. He does not pull the iron out immediately. He watches the color. Black, dull red, cherry red, orange, yellow. When the iron reaches a bright, glowing lemon yellow, it has reached the perfect forging temperature. It is solid, but it is plastic. It wants to move. He pulls the billet out and swings it over to the anvil. He is not making a sword today. Swords are rare, expensive, and largely symbolic weapons of status. He is making something far more important. He is making a wood axe. Without an axe, you cannot build a house, you cannot build a ship, and you cannot cut the firewood that keeps you from freezing to death. The axe is the tool that makes life in the north possible. He picks up a lighter forging hammer. He does not swing it with the brutal, full-body violence he used to consolidate the bloom. This is precision work. Tink, ting, ting, ting. Listen to the sound of the hammer. It is entirely different from the heavy, dull thudge of yesterday. The solid iron rings against the anvil. It is a clear, musical note, like a very sharp, very aggressive bell. Ting, ting, ting. The smith's hammer moves in a rapid, practiced dance. He strikes the glowing iron, turning it slightly between blows, drawing the thick rectangular bar out into a flatter, wider wedge shape. He hits the hot metal, then lets the hammer bounce lightly off the face of the anvil to maintain his rhythm, then hits the metal again. Strike, bounce, strike, bounce. It is hypnotic. The glowing metal yields under his hammer, stretching and thinning exactly where he wants it to. As the iron cools from yellow down to dull orange, it becomes harder. The hammer blows sound flatter. He immediately stops and returns the piece to the fire. You cannot force cold iron. If you try, it will crack, and days of work will be ruined. The rhythm of the smithy is a slow, patient cycle. Heat, hammer, return. Heat, hammer, return. Watch his hands. They are heavily scarred, the skin thick and tough, but they move with the delicacy of a musician tuning an instrument. He pulls the iron out again. Now he must form the eye of the axe, the hole where the wooden handle will go. He places the glowing wedge of iron over a small hole in the surface of the anvil. He picks up a sharp, pointed iron tool called a drift. He places the point of the drift against the hot metal and hits the back of it with his hammer. The drift punches through the glowing iron like a hot knife through stiff butter. He flips the axe head over and punches through from the other side, widening the hole, smoothing the edges. The shape is suddenly recognizable. It is no longer a block of metal. It is an axe. But it is not finished. The iron they harvested from the bog is relatively soft. If he sharpens it now, the edge will roll over and dull the first time it hits a hard piece of oak. To make a truly great axe, he needs steel. The Norse understood that if you took a thin strip of iron and baked it in a sealed clay box with charcoal for a very long time, it absorbed carbon and became steel, much harder, much better at holding an edge, but also much more brittle. He cannot make the whole axe out of steel, it would shatter when he swung it. So he does something ingenious. He takes the soft, flexible bog iron axe head, splits the front edge open like a fish's mouth, and inserts a thin piece of high-carbon steel right into the gap. He heats the entire assembly in the forge until it is glowing, a blinding, almost white-hot yellow. The metal is practically sparking. It is on the very edge of melting completely. He brings it to the anvil. He strikes it with fast, firm, incredibly precise blows. Ting, 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 uck. Under the intense heat and the pressure of the hammer, the two different metals do not just stick together. They weld at the atomic level. The boundary between the soft iron body and the hard steel edge vanishes. They become a single, unified tool. Flexible enough to absorb the shock of hitting a tree, hard enough to cut through it. It is a masterpiece of composite engineering, done entirely by eye, ear and feel. The shape is perfected. The blade is thinned out. The profile is smoothed. The smith holds the finished axe head up in his tongs. It is glowing a dull cherry red. It is beautiful. It represents the mud of the swamp, the charcoal of the forest, the fire of the furnace, and the absolute mastery of human skill. But there is one final critical step. The steel edge is hard, but it must be hardened further to hold its edge permanently. He heats just the very edge of the blade in the fire until it glows the color of a setting sun. Beside the anvil is a wooden bucket filled with dark, dirty water, covered in a thin film of oil. He pulls the axe head from the fire and immediately plunges the glowing edge straight into the bucket. Highs. I, 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 I. A massive plume of white steam erupts from the water, filling the smithy with the smell of wet iron and scorched oil. The water boils violently around the blade. This is the quench. By cooling the steel instantly, the atomic structure freezes in a state of extreme tension. It becomes incredibly hard. Too hard, actually. If he left it like this, it would be brittle as glass. So he pulls it out of the water. The edge is now black and cold, but the thick body of the axe head behind it is still glowing red. He quickly rubs a piece of sandstone against the blackened edge, scraping it clean so it shines silver. He watches the shiny steel intently. The residual heat from the thick body of the axe begins to creep down toward the cold, hardened edge. As the heat hits the steel, a spectrum of colors begins to run across the shiny surface like oil on water. First, a pale straw yellow. Then, a dark bronze. Then, a deep peacock purple. These colors are the temper. The heat is slowly relaxing the extreme tension in the steel, making it slightly softer but much tougher. When the deep purple color reaches the very edge of the blade, the smith plunges the entire axe head back into the water bucket, stopping the process instantly. The hissing dies down. The steam clears. He pulls the axe head from the water. It is cold. It is dark grey, mottled with the beautiful iridescent colors of the temper. He tosses it lightly onto the wooden workbench. Clack. It is done. The journey that began weeks ago, with a man standing waist deep in freezing mud pulling tiny pieces of rust from the earth, ends here on a wooden bench. Tomorrow, someone will carve a smooth handle of ash wood, fit it to the eye, and wedge it tight. They will take a whetstone and grind the hard steel edge until it is sharp enough to shave the hair from their arm. And then they will walk into the forest and cut down a tree. Let the sharp smell of the steam fade from your nose. Let the ringing of the hammer stop echoing in your ears. The smithy is quiet. The fire is banking down. The young assistant is sweeping the floor. The magic has become mundane again. The alchemy has simply become a tool. Breathe slowly. Let the satisfaction of a finished task settle into your shoulders. The iron is solid. The edge is sharp. The world has been shaped. The mastersmith unties his heavy leather apron, hangs it on a peg, and steps out into the cool evening air. And all is well. The Saga of the Amber Road. Imagine that you are standing on the deck of a longship, gliding slowly down a narrow, winding inlet on the eastern coast of the Jutland Peninsula, in what is now modern-day Germany. For the past several days, the world has consisted entirely of grey water, grey skies, and the profound, isolating silence of the open ocean. You have been cold, you have been wet, and your entire social circle has consisted of 30 people who all smell exactly like wet wool and dried fish. But as the ship rounds a bend in the inlet, the silence is suddenly, emphatically broken. The air changes. The sharp, clean scent of the Baltic Sea is suddenly overwhelmed by a dense, complicated wall of odor. It smells of wood smoke, thousands of fires burning at once. It smells of roasting meat, baking bread, wet dog, human sweat, spilled ale, fresh pine shavings, and the unmistakable, earthy tang of livestock pens. And then you hear it. It is a low, continuous roar, like a waterfall made entirely of human voices. You look ahead, and the deep green forest suddenly gives way to a sprawling, chaotic, incredibly dense settlement. It is surrounded by a massive, semicircular earthen wall that looks like it was built by a giant with a very large shovel and a deep sense of paranoia. This is Hedeby. To call it a city might conjure up images of Roman marble or modern steel. Hedeby is not made of stone. Hedeby is made entirely, enthusiastically, and almost aggressively out of wood, mud, and thatch. The ship glides toward the shore. The waterfront is a masterclass in organized chaos. There are dozens of wooden piers jutting out into the shallow water, sticking out like the uneven teeth of a wooden comb. Moored to these piers are ships of every size and description. There are the sleek, deadly-looking longships of the Norse. But there are also broad, heavy, tub-like cargo ships called nars, designed to hold massive amounts of goods rather than speed across the waves. There are small fishing skiffs, shallow draft riverboats, and strange, unfamiliar vessels with different rigging, belonging to people from very far away. When we think of the Viking Age, we have been trained by popular culture to imagine isolated bands of violent men living in remote, snowy fjords, occasionally emerging to set fire to a monastery and steal a cow. We imagine them as separate from the rest of the world, a terrifying anomaly on the edge of the map. Hedeby proves that this image is completely, fundamentally wrong. Hedeby is the Viking Age equivalent of a major international airport. It is a bustling, cosmopolitan hub where the entire known world comes to trade. As the longship nudges gently against a wooden pier, you step off the deck. The ground beneath your feet, or rather, the wooden boardwalks that cover the muddy streets, feels strange and alien after weeks on the rolling deck of a ship. You walk up the pier and step into the town. The sensory overload is immediate. The streets are narrow, barely wide enough for two people to pass without brushing shoulders. They are unpaved, consisting of packed earth that, in the damp autumn air, has largely turned to thick, clinging mud. To combat this, the residents have laid down split logs and woven wattle paths, which sink slightly under your boots with a satisfying, squelchy creak. The houses are packed so tightly together that their thatched roofs almost touch. They are small, rectangular structures built of wattle and daub. Essentially, a woven basket of hazel branches smeared with a thick layer of mud and animal dung to keep the wind out. They do not look particularly grand, but they are incredibly effective at trapping heat. But you are not looking at the houses. You are looking at the people. The crowd moving through the narrow streets is astonishing in its variety. You see the familiar faces of your own people, Norse farmers and sailors in their heavy woolen tunics and thick cloaks. But brushing past them is a man wearing a beautifully dyed tunic of bright red, speaking a harsh, guttural language you do not recognize. He is a Frisian merchant from the south. Standing near a doorway is a man with a dark, beautifully trimmed beard, wearing a loose, flowing garment of incredibly fine linen that seems entirely impractical for the northern chill. He is a trader from the Abbasid Caliphate, having travelled thousands of miles up the rivers of Russia to reach this muddy outpost. There are Slavs from the east, Franks from the west, and people whose origins you cannot even guess. They are all here, in this freezing, muddy, chaotic wooden town, because this is where the roads cross. Hedeby sits at the narrowest point of the Jutland Peninsula. It is the bridge between the North Sea and the Baltic Sea. If you want to move goods between the vast, rich forests of the east and the wealthy, established kingdoms of the west, you have to go through Hedeby. The Norse were not just raiders. They were the world's most aggressive and enthusiastic delivery service. Listen to the sounds of the market. It is not just the roar of voices, it is the sharp ting 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 of a blacksmith working at his forge. It is the rhythmic thwack of an antler comb maker slicing teeth into a piece of bone. It is the bleating of sheep, the clucking of chickens, and the sudden, loud laughter of a group of sailors drinking from wooden cups outside a tavern. It is the sound of humanity doing what humanity does best, figuring out how to trade what they have for what they want, preferably while complaining about the weather. You walk past a stall where a woman is selling flatbread cooked on a hot stone. The smell of the roasting grain is intoxicating after weeks of hardtack. You hand her a tiny, irregularly shaped piece of chopped-up silver hacksilver, the universal currency of the North, and she hands you a piece of bread. It is hot, slightly burnt on the edges, and tastes like absolute heaven. You stand in the muddy street, eating the bread, letting the chaos flow around you. We often view history through the lens of great battles and massive monuments. But true history, the history of how ordinary people actually lived, is right here in the mud of Hedeby. It is in the desperate, beautiful attempt to communicate without a shared language. It is in the careful weighing of a silver coin. It is in the realization that a man from the deserts of the Middle East and a man from the frozen fjords of Norway can stand in a muddy street, look at a beautiful piece of carved bone, and silently agree on its value. This town is not a fortress. It is a marketplace. It is a testament to the fact that, given the choice, most people would rather trade a walrus tusk for a nice glass bead than hit each other with axes. Let the noise of the crowd become a low, comforting hum. The smell of the wood smoke and the roasting bread wraps around you. The ocean is behind you. The market is before you. You take another bite of the warm bread. The saga of the trader has begun, and all is well. The market at Hedeby does not have storefronts with neat glass windows and polite signs indicating opening hours. The market is everywhere. It spills out of the small wattle and daub houses, sets up temporary residents on blankets spread over the muddy wooden boardwalks, and congregates in loud, enthusiastic knots at the intersections of the narrow pathways. You are walking through the center of the settlement. The air is thick with the smell of roasting hazelnuts, a popular snack being sold from small braziers by children who dart through the legs of the taller merchants. You stop at a small stall. It is nothing more than a heavy wooden board resting on two barrels. Standing behind it is a man from the eastern shores of the Baltic Sea, his face weathered and his beard thick. Spread out on the dark, rough-hewn wood of the board is a collection of objects that seem to catch the weak grey autumn light and hold it hostage. It is amber. The Norse called it hearth. It is not a precious stone. It is not a metal pulled from the deep earth. It is, quite literally, the dried, fossilized sap of ancient pine trees that died millions of years ago. It is ancient tree blood. Yet, in the Viking Age, this hardened sap was one of the most valuable commodities on Earth. It was traded from the Baltic Sea all the way down the massive river networks of Russia, arriving in the markets of Constantinople and Baghdad, where it was prized above almost anything else. Look closely at the pieces on the wooden board. There are raw, unworked chunks that look like strange, translucent pebbles. They are rough and dull on the outside, coated in a thin layer of oxidized crust. But where they have been chipped or broken, the inside glows with a deep, honey-colored light. Then there are the finished pieces. The merchant has spent hours, perhaps days, polishing them. He uses fine sand, leather, and perhaps the slightly abrasive properties of crushed chalk, rubbing the amber until it is as smooth as glass. There are beads of every size, from tiny, perfectly round spheres meant for a delicate necklace to massive, chunky amulets the size of a pigeon's egg. Some pieces have been carved into the shapes of animals: a tiny, stylized bear, a bird in flight, a miniature hammer of Thor. The colors are mesmerizing. It is not just one shade of yellow. There is amber, the color of pale, milky butter. There is amber, the deep, rich orange of a sunset. And there is amber that is a dark, almost blood-red brown, like a deeply brewed cup of tea. The merchant notices you looking. He does not shout or wave his arms. He simply picks up one of the larger, polished beads and holds it out to you on the flat of his palm. You take it. The first thing you notice is the weight. If this were a piece of quartz or glass of the same size, it would feel heavy, dense, and cold. But the amber feels impossibly light. It feels less like a stone and more like a piece of very dense, very old wood. The second thing you notice is the temperature. It is not cold. Stones pull the heat from your hand, but amber, being an organic material, warms up almost instantly when you touch it. It feels alive. It feels like it is holding on to a tiny, residual spark of the sun that warmed the tree that bled it millions of years ago. You hold the bead up to the grey light filtering through the clouds. It is a window into deep time. The amber is perfectly clear, a drop of golden syrup frozen in eternity. And suspended perfectly in the center of the bead, trapped forever in the golden light, is a tiny, perfectly preserved insect, perhaps a gnat or a tiny winged ant. It landed on a sticky patch of sap millions of years before humans existed, got stuck, and became immortal. To the Norse, who lived in a world where everything was temporary, where iron rusted, wood rotted, and the winter killed the crops, amber must have seemed like a profound, magical anomaly. It was a piece of the sun that you could hold in your pocket. It did not rust. It did not rot. It simply glowed. The merchant behind the board smiles. He reaches out and takes the bead back. He performs a trick that every amber merchant in Hedeby knows, a trick that has delighted human beings since the dawn of trade. He takes the smooth golden bead and rubs it vigorously against the thick woolen sleeve of his tunic. He rubs it fast, creating a sharp friction. Then he reaches down to the wooden board, where a few tiny, weightless pieces of dry straw and wood dust are resting. He holds the amber bead an inch above the dust. Instantly, the tiny pieces of straw leap up from the board, defying gravity, and stick to the bottom of the bead. It is static electricity. The Greek word for amber was elektron ger, which is where the modern word comes from. The friction has stripped electrons from the wool and transferred them to the amber, giving it a negative charge that attracts the light, positively charged dust. The Norse did not know about electrons. They did not know about atomic charges. They simply knew that this magical golden stone from the sea had the power to pull things toward it without touching them. It was magnetic, but not like iron. It was magnetic like magic. You smile. The merchant smiles back. He points to a small leather pouch resting on the table, then points to the bead. He is making an offer. You reach into your own pouch, slung from your belt. You do not have coins. Coins are useful, but in the north, silver is silver, regardless of whose face is stamped on it. You pull out a small piece of a silver dirham, an Arabic coin that was brought up the Volga River years ago, traded for furs and eventually chopped into pieces with an axe to make exact change. You place the small, jagged piece of silver on the board. The merchant looks at it. He picks it up, weighing it in his hand. He is an expert in the density of silver. He knows exactly how heavy it should feel. He looks at the bead, then at the silver, and slowly shakes his head. He points to the silver, then holds up 2 fingers. He wants twice as much. The absurdity of the situation is beautiful. You are standing in a muddy, freezing town in northern Europe. You are trying to buy a piece of fossilized tree sap that contains a dead bug. And you are trying to buy it using a chopped up piece of metal that was minted in a desert thousands of miles away by an empire you have never heard of. This is the Amber Road. It is an invisible web of desire and value that stretches across the entire known world, connecting the frozen bogs of the north to the shining palaces of the east. You sigh. A theatrical sigh designed to show that you are being terribly wounded by his high prices. You pull out another small piece of hack silver and drop it on the board. The merchant nods. He scoops up the silver, drops it into his pouch, and presses the warm, glowing bead of amber into your hand. The transaction is complete. No words were spoken. The universal language of shiny things has bridged the gap between cultures. You tuck the tiny piece of the sun into your pouch. It rests there, weightless, warm, and impossibly old. The smell of the roasting hazelnuts drifts past again. The crowd pushes you gently forward, down the muddy street, deeper into the chaotic heart of the market. Let the golden light of the amber fade into the comfortable grey of the day. The trade was fair. The stone is yours. And all is well. The market at Hedeby is loud. It is a constant, overwhelming roar of voices, animal noises, hammering iron, and the squelch of boots in the mud. But the actual business of trading, the crucial moment when value is assigned and fortunes change hands, is often conducted in an atmosphere of profound, focused silence. You have moved away from the main thoroughfare, down a slightly narrower alleyway where the mud is deeper and the air smells less of roasting food and more of raw animal hides and damp wool. This is where the heavy goods are traded. You are standing before a large, burly man from the deep forests of the Swedes. He is wearing a massive, shaggy cloak made of bearskin, which makes him look less like a merchant and more like a moderately irritated piece of local wildlife. Spread out on a large, heavy canvas on the ground before him is his wealth. It is a pile of furs. There are fox pelts, thick and silvery. There are marten skins, soft and brown. And at the centre of the pile, the true prize of the northern forests, a bundle of sable pelts. They are incredibly small, but the fur is so dense, so dark, and so impossibly soft that it almost looks like liquid shadow. A single sable pelt is worth more than a good sword. A bundle of them is a fortune. You are a trader. You have brought a highly valuable commodity from the West, a beautifully crafted, Frankish-made iron sword blade, renowned for its strength and flexibility. It is currently wrapped in oiled leather and slung across your back. You want the sable. He, presumably, wants the sword. The problem is that neither of you speaks a single word of the other's language. If you were to try speaking Norse, he would stare at you blankly. If he were to speak his Slavic dialect, it would sound to you like a particularly aggressive form of coughing. So, you do not speak. You enter into the silent dance of the haggle. It begins with a look. You stand before the pile of furs, your face an absolute mask of casual indifference. You must project the aura of a person who has seen thousands of sable pelts in your life, most of them much better than these, and you are only stopping out of a mild sense of pity. The Swede looks at you. His expression is equally blank. He projects the aura of a man who possesses the last remaining furs on the planet and is currently considering throwing them into the sea rather than selling them to you. It is a high-stakes theatrical performance conducted entirely through posture. You slowly crouch down in the mud. You do not reach for the sable immediately. That would show eagerness. Instead, you reach out and pick up one of the lesser fox pelts. You hold it up, turning it over in your hands. You run your thumb against the grain of the fur. You look at the skin side, checking for bad tanning or holes. You drop the fox pelt back onto the pile with a soft sigh. A sigh that says, adequate, but uninspiring. The Swede does not move, he simply watches you. Finally, you reach for the bundle of sable. The moment your fingers touch the fur, your brain registers the incredible, luxurious softness of it. It is so smooth it almost feels wet. But you do not let this register on your face. You pick up the bundle, you examine the pelts, you hold them up to the light, checking the consistency of the dark color. You set them back down, carefully. You look up at the Swede, you nod once. I am interested. Sigh. The Swede nods back. I am willing to part with them for a ridiculous price. You reach over your shoulder, untie the leather straps, and pull the Frankish sword blade from its scabbard. You do not hand it to him. You hold it horizontally in front of you, resting it on your palms. The blade is a masterpiece. It is pattern welded, meaning the smith folded different types of iron and steel together, creating a beautiful, wavy, snake-like pattern down the center of the metal. It catches the dull light of the sky. The Swede's eyes flick down to the blade. For a fraction of a second, the mask of indifference slips. You see the flash of pure, unfiltered desire in his eyes. A blade like that in the deep forests of the East is not just a weapon. It is a symbol of absolute authority. He covers his reaction instantly, returning to his stony glare. He reaches out his hand. He wants to hold it. You hesitate for a moment, then hand him the blade. He takes it. He tests the weight. He holds it up, sighting down the flat of the metal to ensure it is perfectly straight. He takes a piece of coarse cloth from his belt and rubs it against the edge, checking the hardness of the steel. He nods. It is a good blade. He lays the sword down on the canvas next to the furs. Now, the true negotiation begins. The Swede points to the sword. Then, he points to the bundle of sable. Then, he reaches into the pile and pulls out 2 fox pelts, placing them next to the sable. His offer, the sword for the sable and 2 fox pelts. You look at the offer. You look at the Swede. You let out a short, sharp breath of air. A scoff. You shake your head slowly, conveying a mixture of disappointment and mild insult. You point to the sword. You point to the sable. Then, you reach into the pile and pull out 4 marten skins and place them next to the sable. Your counteroffer, the sword for the sable and 4 marten skins. The Swede looks at your offer. He crosses his massive, bare fur-covered arms. He shakes his head, an aggressive, final movement. He reaches down, removes 2 of the marten skins and replaces them with 1 fox pelt. This silent exchange of pointing, arranging, and theatrical shaking of heads continues for 10 minutes. It is a complex mathematical equation being solved in real time, using dead animals and sharp metal as variables. You are calculating the value of the furs back in Norway against the cost of the sword you bought in Francia. He is calculating the prestige of the sword against the hours spent hunting in the snow. Finally, an equilibrium is reached. On the canvas sits the sword. Next to it sits the bundle of sable, 1 fox pelt and 2 marten skins. The Swede points to the arrangement. He looks you in the eye. He does not shake his head. He raises his eyebrows slightly, a silent question. Is this it? You look at the pile. It is a good trade. You will make a profit when you return home, and he will have the finest weapon in his village. You look back at the Swede. You do not smile. Smiling in a negotiation is a sign of weakness. You simply nod. Once. Firmly. The Swede nods back. The tension in the air instantly evaporates. The theatrical performance is over. The Swede reaches down, picks up the sword, and carefully wraps it in a piece of his own leather. He tucks it under his arm. You reach down, gather up the immensely soft bundle of sable, the fox pelt, and the marten skins, and tie them together with a piece of cord. As you stand up, the Swede does something surprising. He reaches into a pouch at his belt, pulls out a handful of the roasted hazelnuts you smelled earlier, and offers them to you. You take them. You offer him a slight bow of the head. He returns it. You have just conducted a high-value international business transaction involving advanced metallurgy and luxury textiles, and you did it entirely without verbs. You walk away, the precious furs tucked safely under your arm, chewing on a warm hazelnut. The market roars around you, 1,000 other silent negotiations happening in the mud and the smoke. Let the tension of the haggle drain from your shoulders. The deal is done. The value was found. You navigate the chaotic wooden streets, the smell of the bear fur fading behind you, replaced once again by the rich, complex aroma of Hedeby. And all is well. The afternoon is waning. The weak autumn sun, having spent the day valiantly trying to penetrate the permanent haze of wood smoke that hangs over Hedeby, is giving up and beginning to sink toward the earthen ramparts surrounding the town. The character of the market shifts as the light fades. The loud, aggressive haggling over heavy timber, raw iron, and massive bundles of fur begins to slow down. The merchants selling bulk goods are securing their stalls, throwing heavy tarpaulins over their wares. But in the smaller, more sheltered corners of the town, near the hearth fires that are beginning to glow brightly in the doorways of the wattle and daub houses, a different kind of trade is happening. This is the trade of the small, the delicate, and the impossibly distant. You find yourself standing near the door of a house owned by a local craftsman. He is a jeweler, working in silver, bronze, and whatever rare materials the ships happen to bring in. He is sitting on a small wooden stool, hunched over a tiny, incredibly hot charcoal brazier, using a pair of delicate iron tongs to manipulate something very small. You step closer, the mud squelching softly under your boots. The warmth radiating from his small fire is comforting against the growing chill of the evening. He is working on a necklace. He has a spool of fine silver wire which he is expertly twisting into tiny interlocking rings, a complex chain called Viking knit or trichinopoly. But the silver is not the most interesting thing on his workbench. Resting on a scrap of dark leather, catching the flickering orange light of the brazier, are a dozen glass beads. To a modern person, a glass bead is an incredibly mundane object. We mass-produce them by the millions in factories. You can buy a bag of them for pennies. We think of them as cheap baubles, children's toys. To the Norseman standing in the mud of Hedeby 1,000 years ago, a glass bead is a technological marvel and a symbol of unimaginable wealth. Look closely at the beads on the leather. They are not simple, clear glass. They are opaque, vibrantly coloured, and intensely patterned. There are beads of deep cobalt blue, covered in raised, intricate zigzag patterns of stark white. There are beads that look like tiny watermelons, striped in green and yellow. There are millefiore's beads, 1,000 flower beads, made by fusing dozens of tiny multicolored glass rods together and slicing them like a loaf of bread, revealing complex floral patterns inside the glass itself. The Norse did not know how to make glass. They did not have the silica sand, the soda ash, or the specialized, incredibly high-temperature furnaces required to melt sand into liquid light. These beads did not come from Scandinavia. The craftsman picks up one of the beads with his tongs. It is a stunning piece, deep blue with a bright yellow eyes pattern circled in white. "Syria," the craftsman grunts, not looking up from his work. He speaks Norse, but with a strange, lilting accent, perhaps Danish or Frisian. You look at the bead, trying to comprehend the journey it has taken to reach this freezing, muddy workbench. It was made in a workshop in the deserts of the Middle East, perhaps in Damascus or Alexandria. A glassmaker, sweating in the intense heat of a desert summer, spun molten sand on an iron rod, carefully applying drops of colored glass to create the intricate eye pattern designed to ward off evil spirits. From that hot, dry workshop, it was packed into a saddlebag and carried by camel across the sands to the great markets of Baghdad or Constantinople. There, it was traded to a group of towering, heavily armed men from the north. The Rus, the Eastern Vikings who navigated the massive river systems of Eastern Europe. It was packed into a wooden chest and carried on a small, shallow draft boat, rowed against the current up the mighty Dnieper or Volga rivers, passing through the deep, endless forests of Russia, portaged across muddy land bridges where the men had to drag the ships over logs. It crossed the Baltic Sea, enduring violent storms and freezing rain, before finally arriving here in the wooden metropolis of Hedeby, a tiny piece of melted sand carrying the heat of the Syrian desert, resting on a leather scrap in a freezing German mud pit. It is a profound realization. We often think of the ancient world as disconnected, a collection of isolated tribes huddled in the dark, unaware of each other. But the presence of this single glass bead proves otherwise. The world was deeply, intimately connected by an invisible, fragile web of trade, risk, and human desire. The craftsman threads the fine silver wire through the hole in the Syrian bead. The deep blue of the glass looks stunning against the bright, polished silver of the chain. He is creating a composite object. He is taking the cold, hard silver mined from the mountains of the north and combining it with the hot, fragile glass born in the deserts of the south. He is physically linking the ends of the earth together on a single necklace. This necklace will likely be sold to the wife of a wealthy chieftain. She will wear it proudly at feasts, the bright colours of the glass standing out against her heavy woolen dress. She will not know the name of the man who made the bead, nor the name of the desert where it was born. But she will know that it is rare, that it is beautiful, and that it represents the vast, terrifying, wonderful size of the world. The craftsman finishes twisting the silver wire, closing the loop. He sets the necklace down on the leather. You do not buy it. It is far too expensive, worth more silver than you carry. But you stand there for a moment longer, letting the heat of the brazier warm your hands, staring at the little drops of coloured light. There is a quiet magic in the realization that humanity has always sought out beauty, and has always been willing to cross oceans, walk across deserts, and drag boats through the mud just to hold something brightly coloured in their hands. The craftsman begins packing away his tools, slipping the beautiful necklace into a secure wooden box. The day's work is done. You turn away from the hearth fire and step back into the flow of the street. The sky above the thatched roofs has turned a deep, bruised purple. The stars are beginning to show through the smoke. Let the image of the blue and yellow bead settle in your mind, a tiny, perfect object that survived an impossible journey. The market is winding down, the fires are being banked, the wooden town is preparing for the night, and all is well. The Saga of the Amber Road. Chapter 5. The Ebb of the Tide. The morning of departure is always quieter than the morning of arrival. The feverish, chaotic energy that drives the market at Hedeby has receded, leaving behind a profound sense of exhaustion and accomplishment. The trading is done. The silver has changed hands. The complex, silent arguments over the value of furs, iron, and glass have all been settled. You are standing back on the wooden pier where you arrived days ago. The air is cold, carrying a sharp frost that silvers the edges of the wooden boardwalks. The breath of the crew plumes in the still air as they work. Loading a longship for the journey home is a delicate operation. When you arrived, the ship was relatively empty, carrying only the trade goods, the iron swords, the walrus ivory, the tightly rolled wool. Now, the ship is heavy. It sits lower in the dark water of the inlet. The belly of the ship, beneath the wooden decking, is packed tight. There are wooden barrels filled with coarse Rhenish wine and dark, heavy ale. There are massive, heavy millstones carved from the volcanic basalt of the Eifel Mountains, essential for grinding grain back home. There are tightly bound bundles of the impossibly soft sable furs you negotiated for in the mud, and hidden away in small, secure leather pouches tied tightly to the belts of the crew are the true treasures, the pieces of golden amber, the brightly coloured glass beads from Syria, the fragments of chopped-up Arabic silver, the wealth of the world, packed into a wooden bowl, ready to be carried back to the freezing fjords. The old navigator, the one who reads the ocean, is already standing at the steerboard. He is looking out toward the mouth of the inlet, studying the sky, waiting for the tide to turn. He does not look back at the town. His mind has already left the land. He is already mapping the swells and the currents of the Baltic Sea. You step onto the deck. The ship rocks gently beneath your weight, a familiar, comforting motion. The crew takes their places on the heavy wooden sea chests that line the sides of the ship, sliding the long ash oars through the oar holes. "Cast off!" the navigator says quietly. A crewman on the pier unties the thick mooring ropes from the wooden bollards and tosses them onto the deck. He jumps aboard as the ship begins to drift slowly away from the dock. Heave! The oars dip into the dark, still water of the inlet. They pull back in perfect unison. The ship groans, the heavy oak planks protesting the sudden forward momentum, and then it glides smoothly out into the channel. You stand near the mast, looking back at Hedeby. From the water, the town looks different. The noise, the mud, the smell of the dung and the roasting meat, all of that fades away. As the distance increases, the sprawling, chaotic metropolis resolves into a surprisingly small cluster of thatched roofs huddled together behind the massive earthen wall, surrounded by the vast dark green of the German forests. It looks fragile. A temporary explosion of human activity on the edge of the wilderness. And yet, you know what pulses inside that wooden wall. You know that it is the beating heart of the north. You know that without Hedeby, the isolated farms and the distant fjords would remain isolated and distant. The town is the needle that threads the diverse, scattered peoples of the Viking Age together. The rhythmic splash of the oars is the only sound now. Splash, pull, splash, pull. Do-och, cool. The inlet widens. The smell of the wood smoke is finally replaced by the clean, sharp, unforgiving scent of the open sea. The water changes colour, shifting from the murky brown of the harbour to the deep slate grey of the Baltic. The wind hits the ship. It is a good wind, blowing steadily from the south, exactly what they need to push them north toward home. The navigator nods. The crew ships the oars, pulling them out of the water and resting them securely inside the hull. Several men grab the halyards, the heavy ropes attached to the yardarm. With a collective grunt, they heave. The massive, tar-soaked woolen sail, the sail that was spun, woven, and greased by the women back in the longhouse, rises slowly up the mast. It catches the wind with a loud, satisfying whump. The ship immediately surges forward, leaning slightly to one side as the immense power of the wind is captured by the fabric and transferred to the oak hull. The dragon head at the prow rises and falls, biting into the first true ocean swell. The journey home has begun. You settle down onto your sea chest, wrapping your heavy woolen cloak tightly around your shoulders against the biting wind. You reach down to your belt and rest your hand against the small leather pouch tied there. You can feel the shape of the amber bead through the leather. It is cold now, but you know that if you hold it, it will warm up, glowing with the trapped light of a million-year-old sun. You close your eyes. The market is behind you. The quiet, endless rhythm of the sea is ahead of you. You have walked the muddy streets of the world's crossroads, you have haggled without speaking, and you have seen the glass from the desert. The world is impossibly large, terrifyingly cold, and often completely absurd. But it is also deeply connected, bound together by the strange human desire to put shiny things in boats and move them thousands of miles just to see what happens. Let the rocking of the ship soothe you. Up, pause, down, rush. The sound of the wind in the heavy wool is a constant steady roar. The trading is done. The hold is full. The ship knows the way. Sleep now. Let the ocean carry you home. And all is well. The saga of the winter fire. Settle in. Let the shoulders drop. Take a long, slow breath in and let it out into the quiet of the room. Winter in the far north is not merely a season. It is a siege. It does not arrive politely. It slams the door shut on the world. The ocean, which had been a restless highway of trade and exploration, turns into a lethal, churning soup of ice and grey foam. The forests, which had been alive with the sound of axes and the shouts of the charcoal burners, fall completely, profoundly silent beneath feet of suffocating snow. For the people of the Viking Age, the arrival of deep midwinter meant one thing: you stop. You go inside. You close the heavy wooden door, you pull the thick leather flap across it, and you do not come out again unless absolutely necessary. We are back where we began this long journey. We are inside the longhouse, but it feels completely different now. In the autumn, during the spinning of the wool, the longhouse felt like a bustling factory, full of nervous energy and the constant movement of women walking with drop spindles. Now, the longhouse feels like a cave, a very warm, very crowded, very comfortable cave. The heavy turf roof is buried under 3 feet of snow, which acts as a massive, natural blanket of insulation. The small smoke holes in the roof have been partially covered to trap the heat, allowing just enough draft to keep the central hearth fire drawing cleanly. The fire is no longer the roaring blaze of the forge or the violent heat of the smelting pit. It is a slow, steady, mature fire. It is fed with massive lobs of slow-burning oak and birch, which turn into deep beds of pulsing orange coals that radiate a soft, heavy heat throughout the long, curving hall. To the modern mind, the idea of being trapped in a single room with 30 other people, several dogs, and a variety of livestock for 3 months sounds like a recipe for absolute madness. We value privacy. We value our own separate spaces. But the Norse did not view the winter confinement as a punishment. They viewed it as a profound, necessary relief. They have spent the spring rowing across freezing oceans. They have spent the summer breaking their backs in the fields, harvesting the meager grain from the stony soil. They have spent the autumn standing waist-deep in freezing bogs, wrestling with heavy iron and slaughtering the animals that could not be fed through the dark months. They are exhausted. They have earned the right to sit down, breathe in the air of the longhouse. It is incredibly dense. It smells of the wood smoke, of course, but it is layered with the deep, rich smell of roasted pork, of dried herbs hanging from the rafters, and the slightly sharp, comforting scent of warm dogs. Look toward the far end of the hearth, away from the draughts of the door. Curled up on a particularly soft pile of sheepskins is an animal that looks entirely too large to be entirely domestic. It is a Norwegian forest cat. It is massive. The size of a medium dog with thick, shaggy fur designed to shed snow, a massive ruff around its neck like a tiny lion, and tufted ears. It is not a pet in the modern pampered sense. It is a highly respected, heavily armed colleague whose primary job is to ensure that the winter's stores of grain are not consumed by mice. Right now, however, it is entirely off duty. It is asleep, its nose tucked under its fluffy tail. Listen closely. Beneath the crackle of the fire and the low murmur of human voices, you can hear it. A deep, resonant, rhythmic rumble. It is purring. The sound is so loud it seems to vibrate through the wooden floorboards. It is the sound of absolute, unconditional contentment. The people sitting on the benches around the fire share that sentiment. The frantic urgency of survival has been suspended. The storehouses outside are full of dried fish, smoked meat, hard flatbread, and barrels of ale. The heavy wool sails have been woven. The iron tools have been forged. There is nothing left to do but survive the dark. And, in the Viking Age, surviving the dark meant staying close to the fire, keeping your hands busy with small things, and remembering how to rest. An old man sits on a low stool near the fire. He has a small piece of soft pine wood in one hand and a small, razor-sharp iron knife in the other. He is not making a weapon. He is not making a tool of survival. He is carving a small, stylized wooden horse for a child who is currently asleep in a box bed against the wall. He shaves a tiny curl of wood from the horse's neck. Scrape! The thin piece of pine falls into the fire, flaring up with a bright yellow flash for a fraction of a second before turning to ash. He is not hurrying. He has all winter to finish the horse. The winter longhouse is a masterpiece of psychological design. The curving timber walls, shaped like the inside of a ship, create a sense of being held, of being safely enclosed against the vast, terrifying emptiness of the frozen world outside. The fire is the absolute center of gravity. Everything revolves around the light and the heat. If you step away from the fire toward the outer walls where the sleeping platforms are built, the temperature drops sharply. The shadows grow deep. You are reminded instantly of what waits outside. And so, you move back toward the center. You move back toward the community. There is a slow, easy rhythm to the conversation. It is not the sharp, necessary communication of a hunt or a trade. It is the rambling, meandering talk of people who know each other perfectly, who have nowhere to be, and who are entirely comfortable with long stretches of silence. Let the purr of the great cat settle into your own chest. Let the slow scraping of the carving knife act as a metronome for your breathing. The siege of winter has begun. The doors are locked. The cold is kept at bay. The longhouse is a wooden submarine floating through an ocean of snow. To call the winter months idle is perhaps a slight mistranslation of the Norse mindset. They were not lying on their backs, staring at the ceiling for 3 months. They were simply engaging in a different kind of work. It was the work of maintenance. When you spend 9 months of the year violently engaging with the world, chopping down trees, smashing iron, wrestling with the ocean, things break, tools wear down, clothes tear, bodies ache. The winter was the designated time for the quiet, necessary repair of the world. The light inside the longhouse is dim, provided entirely by the central hearth fire, and perhaps a few small soapstone lamps burning seal oil, which cast a sputtering, smoky yellow light. Sit on one of the benches and watch the hands of the people around you. No one's hands are entirely still. A young woman sits cross-legged, a heavy woolen tunic resting in her lap. It is the tunic her husband wore during the mud harvest in the autumn, and it has suffered terribly. The hem is frayed, and there is a large tear near the shoulder. She is not stressed by this. Mending is a meditative act. She holds a needle made of polished bone, threaded with fine, strong woolen yarn. She pushes the needle through the thick fabric. It makes a soft, satisfying pop as it pierces the wool, followed by the slight hisses of the thread being pulled tight. Top. Hiss. She weaves the thread back and forth across the tier, creating a dense, strong patch that is actually thicker and more durable than the original fabric. She does not try to hide the repair. In a world where every inch of cloth represents hours of back-breaking labor at the loom, a well-mended garment is a sign of care and wealth, not poverty. The repair itself is a point of pride. Further down the bench, a man is working on a piece of leather. It is part of the rigging for a ship, a heavy strap that takes the immense strain of the sail. The salt water and the wind have left it stiff, cracked, and dangerously brittle. He has a small bowl of rendered animal fat mixed with beeswax resting near the fire to keep it soft. He dips his fingers into the warm grease and begins to massage it into the leather. He rubs it with his thumbs, working the fat deep into the dry fibers. As he works, the dull grey-brown leather begins to change. It softens. It deepens in colour, returning to a rich, supple brown. It becomes flexible again, regaining the strength it needs to hold a ship together in a gale. It is quiet, slow, repetitive work. In our modern world, we often view maintenance as an annoyance. We want things to work perfectly forever, and when they break, we are frustrated by the inconvenience of having to fix them or replace them. We view repair as a failure of the object. The Norse viewed repair as the natural state of the universe. Everything decays. Wood rots, iron rusts, wool frays. The act of maintaining your tools, your clothes, and your home was not a chore. It was a fundamental part of the rhythm of existence. You were constantly pushing back against the inevitable entropy of the world, and the winter was when you caught up on the score. The sound of the longhouse is a symphony of this quiet maintenance. The pop-hiss of the bone needle, the soft, rhythmic rubbing of greasy hands on leather, the gentle shh. A young boy sits near his mother, intensely focused on a tangled mess of fishing line. The line is made of braided horsehair, incredibly strong but prone to terrible knots. He is using his small fingers to patiently trace the path of the knots, loosening them, pulling the loops free, winding the straight line back onto a wooden spool. It requires an immense amount of patience, a virtue that is not naturally abundant in children. But he is learning. He is learning that if you pull too hard, the knot simply tightens and becomes impossible. He is learning that you must be gentle, that you must understand the structure of the tangle before you can undo it. He is learning the mindset of the North. There is a profound coziness to this shared industry. The wind is currently screaming around the timber walls outside, whipping snow into massive drifts that will bury the doorways by morning. The temperature outside would freeze a man to death in hours. But inside, the air is thick and warm. The fire pulses. The great forest cat stretches, turns over, and goes back to sleep, its purr rumbling softly against the wood. The repairs are not rushed. There is no deadline. If the tunic is not finished today, it will be finished tomorrow. If the leather needs more grease, it will get more grease. The winter is long, and the hands are patient. We forget how to do this. We forget how to sit in a dimly lit room and simply mend things. We feel the need to be constantly entertained, constantly stimulated, constantly moving forward. But true resilience, the kind of resilience that allows a civilization to survive on the edge of the inhabitable world, comes from knowing how to stop. It comes from knowing how to sit quietly by a fire, rub grease into a piece of old leather, and find deep, abiding satisfaction in the simple act of making something whole again. Let the tension in your jaw relax. Let your hands rest. You do not need to fix anything right now. You can simply watch them work. The needle pulls the thread. The stone sharpens the knife. The longhouse breathes, safe and secure in the dark. And all is well. The evening meal is finished. The wooden trenches have been wiped clean with pieces of hard bread, the bones tossed to the large, sleepy dogs resting near the edges of the light. The atmosphere in the longhouse subtly shifts. The quiet sounds of maintenance, the scraping of wood, the pulling of needles, begin to slow down and eventually cease. Tools are put away in wooden chests. The women brush the stray threads from their laps. The men wipe the grease from their hands. The fire is built up one last time. Several large, dry birch logs are placed carefully on the glowing coals. The bark catches instantly, sending a rush of bright, warm yellow light dancing across the curving timber walls and illuminating the faces of the 30 people gathered around the hearth. They shuffle closer, rearranging themselves on the benches and the sheepskins, closing the circle around the light. The children, previously scattered around the edges of the room playing quiet games, naturally migrate toward the laps of their parents or grandparents, settling in, their eyes growing heavy but refusing to close. They are preparing for the most important technology of the Viking Age. We think of technology as physical objects, ships, swords, looms, sunstones. But the most vital tool the Norse possessed did not have a physical form. It weighed nothing. It took up no space. And if it was lost, the entire culture would collapse within a single generation. It was memory. The Norse did not have books. They had runes, yes, angular letters carved into stone or wood, but runes were used for short messages, memorials, or magic. They were not used to write down the complex histories, the laws, the religious myths, or the intricate navigational maps required to survive. All of that information, thousands upon thousands of pages of data, was stored entirely inside human brains. An older woman shifts her position on a stool near the head of the fire. She is not the chieftain, but in this moment she is the most powerful person in the room. She is a storyteller, a skald, a living library. She does not stand up and demand attention. She does not clear her throat loudly. She simply waits until the silence in the longhouse is complete, until the only sound is the crackle of the birch logs and the soft breathing of the children. Then she begins to speak. Her voice is not loud, but it is incredibly resonant. It has a rhythmic, musical cadence to it. The stories of the North were not prose, they were poetry. They were structured with strict rules of alliteration and internal rhythm. This was not just for artistic beauty. It was a mnemonic device. It is much, much easier to memorize 10,000 lines of poetry than 10,000 lines of regular speech. The rhythm acts as a track. If you forget a word, the beat of the poem guides your brain to the missing piece. It is a highly advanced method of data compression and retrieval. She is telling a saga. She does not tell stories about ordinary people doing ordinary things. She tells stories about gods, monsters, and heroes. She tells of Thor smashing mountains with his hammer, of Odin sacrificing his own eye for wisdom, of ships sailing off the edge of the world into the realm of the fire giants. To a modern listener, these sound like entertaining fairy tales. But to the people in the longhouse, they are encyclopedias. Embedded within the dramatic story of a god fighting a serpent are the actual, practical rules for how to navigate a ship through a specific treacherous strait. Woven into a tragic tale of a family blood feud are the complex legal codes of the society. Who owes what to whom, how to resolve a dispute over grazing rights, how much silver a man's life is worth. The storyteller is downloading the operating system of their culture into the minds of the children sitting around the fire. Look at the faces of the listeners. They are entranced. The flickering firelight casts deep shadows over their eyes, making them look ancient and monumental. The walls of the longhouse seem to fall away. They are no longer trapped in a snowy fjord. They are standing in the golden halls of Asgard, or standing on the deck of a legendary ship facing a storm of ice. The old woman's voice rises and falls, mimicking the crash of the waves or the whisper of a ghost. She uses her hands to paint the scenes in the air. This is how knowledge survived the winter. When the world outside was dead and frozen, the world inside the mind was kept violently alive. We live in an age where we have outsourced our memory. If we want to know a fact, we type it into a glowing rectangle. If we want to know how to fix a tool, we watch a video. We carry the sum total of human knowledge in our pockets, but we hold very little of it inside our actual heads. There is a freedom in that, but there is also a fragility. If the screens go dark, we are lost. The people in the longhouse are not fragile. If their town burns down, if their ships sink, if they are cast ashore on a deserted island with nothing but the clothes on their backs, they will survive. Because they carry the instructions for how to rebuild their entire civilization inside their minds, locked safely within the rhythm of the poetry. The storyteller pauses, taking a slow sip of water from a wooden cup. The silence rushes back in, thick with anticipation. The children do not fidget. They are perfectly still, their imaginations completely captured. She lowers the cup, meets the eyes of a young boy sitting across the fire, and resumes the tale, her voice dropping to a low, thrilling whisper. The data transfer continues. Let the rhythm of her unseen words wash over you. You do not need to know the language. You only need to feel the cadence, the rise and fall of a human voice, doing the most human thing possible, sharing a story to keep the dark away. The fire burns, the memory holds. The storyteller's voice shifts. The deep, rolling cadence that she used to describe the creation of the world or the heavy, tragic dooms of ancient kings suddenly lightens. The rhythm becomes quicker, sharper, almost playful. The adults around the fire smile knowingly. The children, sensing the change in tone, sit up a little straighter, their heavy eyes widening. She is no longer speaking of the serious, honorable gods like Tyr with his missing hand, or the heavy burden of Odin's wisdom. She is speaking of Loki. Every culture that has ever existed has a trickster figure. The Native Americans have coyote or raven, the West Africans have Anansi the spider. The Norse had Loki, the shape-shifting, gender-fluid, deeply chaotic god of fire, mischief, and spectacularly bad decisions. The trickster is a crucial pedagogical tool. You cannot teach a child how to behave solely by telling them stories of perfect heroes who always do the right thing. Perfect heroes are boring, and more importantly, they are unrelatable. Children, who are essentially tiny agents of chaos themselves, learn much better when they are presented with a spectacular example of what not to do. The old woman is telling the story of how the gods got their greatest treasures. It did not happen through noble combat. It happened because Loki, in a fit of boredom and malicious humor, sneaked into the bedroom of Thor's wife, Sif, and shaved off all of her beautiful golden hair while she slept. When she describes Thor's reaction, the booming, thunderous rage of a massive, heavily armed man who is deeply in love with his wife, the children giggle, a soft, nervous sound. They know Thor. They know he is not someone you prank. She describes Loki, cornered and terrified, desperately promising to go to the dwarves, the mastersmiths who live deep underground, to get them to forge new hair for Sif out of pure spun gold. The story is hilarious. It is a cosmic farce. Loki goes to the dwarves, and because he is completely incapable of simply asking for a favor, he ends up making a terrible bet with two dwarf brothers, wagering his own actual head that they cannot forge better treasures than the golden hair. The old woman uses her hands to mimic the dwarf working the bellows of the forge, just like the young man did in the yard months ago. She describes the intense heat, the smoke, and the magic. She describes Loki, realizing he is about to lose his head, shape-shifting into a biting fly. He buzzes around the dwarf working the bellows, biting him on the hand, the neck, and finally, right on the eyelid, trying to make him stop pumping the air and ruin the forging. The children laugh out loud now. The image of a terrified god turning into a fly to win a bet is fundamentally ridiculous. But embedded within this hilarious story of a fly biting a dwarf is a very real, very serious lesson about metallurgy. The storyteller explicitly details that because the dwarf stopped pumping the bellows for just a fraction of a second to swat the fly, the temperature in the forge dropped. And because the temperature dropped, the handle of the mighty hammer Mjolnir came out just a few inches too short. The children are laughing, but their brains are quietly absorbing a critical fact. When you are working the bellows of the forge, you do not stop. You do not stop if you are tired. You do not stop if you are bitten by a bug. If you lose the rhythm, the iron is ruined. The story continues. The dwarves present the treasures to the gods. They present the golden hair. They present a ship that can fold up into a pocket. And they present the short-handled hammer Mjolnir, which becomes the greatest weapon in the universe, despite its flaw. The dwarves demand their payment. They demand Loki's head. Loki, ever the lawyer, points out that he wagered his head, but he did not wager his neck. Therefore, they can take his head, but they are not allowed to cut his neck to get it. The old woman pauses, letting the cleverness of the trick hang in the air. Then she describes the dwarves' solution. Denied his head, they take an awl and a leather thong, and they simply sew Loki's mouth shut so he can no longer cause trouble with his words. She mimes the violent pulling of the leather cord, her face contorting. The children gasp, their hands instinctively flying to their own mouths. The humour vanishes, replaced by a sudden visceral shock. And there is the second lesson, delivered with the sharpness of a knife blade. Words have power. Words have consequences. If you use your words to deceive, to mock, or to cause harm to your community, the community will silence you. In a small, isolated longhouse where cooperation is the only thing keeping everyone alive, a liar or a malicious gossip is a threat to survival. The story ends. The old woman drops her hands to her lap. She looks around the circle of faces, the firelight reflecting in her dark eyes. The children are quiet now, their minds buzzing with the images of spun gold, biting flies, and sewn lips. They have been entertained, terrified, and educated, all within the span of 20 minutes. They will remember this story for the rest of their lives. When the young boy eventually stands at the bellows of the real forge, sweating in the heat, and a horsefly lands on his neck, he will remember Loki. He will not swat the fly, he will keep pumping. And that is how the magic works. The fire pops loudly, sending a shower of sparks up toward the smoke hole. The great forest cat opens one green eye, watches the sparks for a moment, and closes it again. The storytelling is over for the night. The heavy lifting of the mind is done. Let the image of the trickster fade away, leaving behind only the warmth of the fire and the absolute safety of the wooden room. The lessons are safely stored in the human hard drive, ready for the spring. The longhouse is settling into its final, deepest quiet. The stories have been told. The lessons have been quietly filed away in the minds of the children. The maintenance work of the early evening has been stored in chests. There is nothing left to do. The central hearth fire, which has burned brightly and provided the focal point for the entire evening, is now deliberately allowed to bank down. The large birch logs have been consumed, leaving behind a massive, glowing bed of deep orange embers. They radiate a profound, heavy heat, but they cast very little light. The shadows, which had been kept at bay against the outer walls, now creep slowly inward, reclaiming the long, curving hall. The edges of the room dissolve into absolute blackness. It is time to sleep. In a modern home, going to sleep is an isolating act. We retreat to separate rooms, close the doors, and lie alone in the dark. In the Viking longhouse, sleep is a communal event. The sleeping platforms are built directly against the curving timber walls, raised slightly off the dirt floor to avoid the damp. They are wide, shallow boxes filled with dry heather, moss and straw, and piled high with the furs and fleeces of the animals that sustain them. Sheepskins, bear furs, wolf pelts. The wealth of the family is measured not just in silver, but in how warm they can keep themselves when the world freezes over. People move slowly toward the edges of the room. There is a rustling of heavy wool and the soft shifting of furs as bodies settle into the beds. They do not sleep alone. Families sleep together, curled tightly against one another, sharing body heat. It is practical, yes. The temperature near the walls drops significantly as the fire banks down. But it is also deeply comforting. Listen to the sounds of the room. The sharp, crackling pops of the active fire have faded, replaced by the soft, almost imperceptible hiss and tick of the glowing embers slowly turning to white ash. From the far end of the hall, near the partitioned area where the most valuable livestock are kept over the winter, comes the occasional soft shuffling of a hoof against the dirt or the heavy, rhythmic breathing of a resting cow. The animals are part of the family. Their body heat adds to the warmth of the building, and their presence is a reassuring sign of wealth and survival. The large forest cat has finally moved. It has abandoned its spot near the hearth and jumped silently onto one of the sleeping platforms, curling itself into a heavy, purring ball against the back of a sleeping child. The longhouse sounds like a single, massive, breathing organism. Dozens of chests rise and fall in the slow, synchronized rhythm of sleep. The old storyteller is one of the last to lie down. She sits on the edge of her platform looking out over the dark room. She has seen many winters. She knows that the cold outside is absolute. She knows that the snow is piling up against the walls, trying to bury them. She knows that the ocean is violent and empty. But as she looks at the glowing embers and listens to the deep, steady breathing of her family, her community, her world, she feels no fear. They have done everything right. They harvested the mud and made the iron. They sheared the sheep and wove the heavy sail. They followed the Sunstone through the fog. They dragged the silver and the glass back from the edges of the earth. And they have passed the memory of how to do it all down to the next generation. The cycle is unbroken. We look back at the Viking Age and we see the violence, the raids, the dramatic clashes of swords and shields. And those things happened. But they were not the core of the culture. The core of the culture is right here, in this dark, warm, incredibly smelly wooden room. The core of the culture is the infinite patience required to separate the coarse hair from the soft down. It is the stubborn endurance of standing in a freezing bog. It is the quiet genius of navigating by the polarization of light. It is the deep, abiding love of a story well told. Life was hard, undeniably. It was dangerous, cold, and often terribly short. But it was also deeply, profoundly human. They laughed. They carved beautiful toys for their children out of scrap wood. They spent fortunes just to hold a tiny, brightly coloured glass bead from a desert they would never see. They found a way to not just survive on the icy edge of the world, but to thrive, to explore, and to build a web of connection that spanned continents. The old woman lies down. She pulls a heavy wolfskin up over her shoulders. She closes her eyes. The embers pulse one last time, casting a faint, dying red glow against the curved timbers of the ceiling, making it look, for just a moment, like the inside of a great ship sailing through the night. Then the light fades entirely. Let your own breathing match the slow, heavy rhythm of the longhouse. Up and down, in and out. The work is done. The sagas are complete, the iron is hard, the wool is strong, and the memory is safe. The winter wind screams outside, but inside there is only warmth, community, and the deep, restful quiet of a people who know exactly who they are and how to survive.